An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. Learn to be active.
Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub that?
Yeah, man, let's do it, dog. Let's get it
Your
done.
buttons and they get you emotionally charged. Meanwhile, they slide out the back door with the bag. An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. Learn to be active. Investigate both sides of the argument. Come up with your own conclusions.
Choose your destiny.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka. Yeah. Woke up. I ain't feeling your side.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please, for your own benefit. Forgive my sound. Forgive my sound. I'm having mic issues. Hopefully we'll have it cleared up by next week. But we're just gonna have to bear with it. Hopefully y'all can hear me because I can't even. Hold on, there's got to be a way for me to check this. Because without that, I'm gonna be heavily in anxiety. Let's see. Give me a second. Okay. Anyways, peace and love, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Where do we begin? The name of the show today is Truth Debunked. And it seems like the truth doesn't matter these days. It seems like nobody really cares about the truth. What is true? What is not true? The title, Truth Debunked, the reason why, the idea behind it is like people can debunk the truth, which you shouldn't be able to do, right? The truth should speak for itself. It's a crazy world we live in where people say they do research and the research they're talking about is a TikTok video or their partisan news that they get, their biased news, they're coming from one side. And everyone lies. The politicians lie, the media pundits lie, your favorite YouTuber lies, you know, everyone. A lot of these people know what the truth is, but the truth doesn't get clicks. I have a guy. He's been my barber for like, I swear, 10 years. I haven't used them in a while, as you can see. Honestly, I've been cutting my own hair, but prior to that, and this guy's blowing up, man. This guy's on shop or whatever, but he also does TikTok videos and YouTube videos and stuff where he's really putting his business as a point of it. But he does these kind of like man wig hair videos and stuff where he takes a lot of time and does that stuff. So I ain't gonna lie, it takes a lot of effort. But it's not, it doesn't really have substance. Now I'm not hating on the guy. I'm a fan of him actually. But and some of his stuff is really cool, like funny, and like he did like a little horror movie, like it was hilarious and entertaining. It was great. I wish I could do some stuff like that. I ain't gonna lie. I don't have the time for that. I wish I did, and the resources. But the point is the internet, it loves that kind of stuff. Like even though the internet knows it's fake, everybody in the comments are all like, is it fake or is it real or whatever? Or they're making comments as if it is real or whatever. And I'm thinking, like, I know these people aren't that dense. Like, you don't even have to do much. You could just click the link that's there, the at. A lot of times people put the at in the comments, and if you click on the at, you'll go to his page and you'll see that it's like a parody type of video, like it's all fun and games, it's jokes. But I guess people don't even take the time to click the link, and they don't even care. Like they just get entertained by uh, the fakeness. Like they entertain themselves for the moment and the idea that it's real, you know. And that's what I mean by truth debunked. It's all fun and games when it's a TikTok video or it's a YouTube video. It's all fun and games. But oh snap, I messed up. I didn't do my Rumble edit. Anyways, it's all fun and games when it's just a Rumble, when it's just an edit or whatever. But when it comes to like politics and stuff that's serious, like, at some point we have to put all the jokes and stuff aside, put all the fun and games aside and face reality, like if our favorite candidate or the one that we really look up to, the one that's on our team, the one that we like a lot, we got to be able to recognize when that person isn't telling the truth. That MSNBC pundit, that CNN pundit, that Fox News pundit, we need to be able to be truthful to ourselves about this stuff. Because once we start allowing ourselves to go into these fantasies, that shit is evil. It really is. I don't care what side you're on. I'm not picking on a side. I'm saying if you are indulging in stuff that's clearly not true for whatever reason, then you're going down that evil ass road. And you're gonna get lost. You're gonna get to the point where you don't know what's true and what's not, what's fact and what's fiction. And if you get into that point, then you're lost. Like you're in hell. Heaven and hell is real and exists right here and now. All we know is now. All we know is now. All we know is here. So we don't want to cloud up here and now with fantasies, with untruths, with doubt, with confusion, with lies. That is the realm of being lost, of being in a state of hell. Facebook user says, as long as people believe in flat earth, I will absolutely understand why people believe things on a parody site. Yeah, it's like people don't know what parodies are anymore. Like The Onion, I love The Onion. It's really hilarious. It's super funny, but it's crazy because a lot of times people don't know that The Onion is a parody, and it's all jokes. Y'all give me 1 second. I really need to look out for my Rumble people and edit my stream to their destination here. Give me 1 second. Because my Rumble people are missing out right now. Hold on. They're not getting any of this. I should be able to fix it live. Let's see if I can do it. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Pretty sure I've done this before. Oh, I cleared the Rumble stream thing. I cleared that. I'm all thrown off today, y'all. Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me. I really don't want to leave out the Rumble folks because Rumble is the ones that watch the stream. YouTube, Facebook, they don't really show me love. They watch the replays or whatever. But the Rumble guys, they actually watch the live stream. I guess it's because Rumble is a live stream like page or whatever. Maybe that's the reason. I don't really know why, but I get views on the live stream on Rumble, and I barely get them on anywhere else really. Let's see, can we edit? We're gonna how do we do this? We remove or what? We edit. Is that gonna work? Hold on. I don't think that works. Wait, no, that didn't work. Hold on. We gotta remove, and now we go back and we do edit. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Then we do add. Sorry, y'all. Hopefully this works. Oh, we got the green check. So shout out to the Rumble folks. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. I'm sorry I missed the beginning of the stream. I was messing up, but hopefully you guys are there and y'all can hear me clear now. We're talking about truth debunked. You shouldn't be able to debunk the truth. I mean, how do we get here? How do we get in this reality where people can literally debunk the truth? That is some craziness, right? Like, that is really insane to me that you have all of these facts and figures and, data to support the reality of something, and people go out there and they can just literally pull some stuff out of their butt, and they're able to steer all of these people away from the truth. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with the education system. We should do a better job in educating each other and holding each other accountable for truth. Because I don't care where you are on the political spectrum, left, right, center, far left, far right, up, down, inside, outside. I don't care where you are. The truth is the truth. Reality is reality. And it don't matter what you say about it. You can say, I live my truth or whatever. Okay, you can live your truth, but that don't mean it's the truth. Because the truth is the same for everybody on the planet. Like gravity. Like the earth being round. Like oxygen, carbon dioxide, photosynthesis, you know what I mean? Sex, procreation, These are facts. This is reality. This is truth. Like you can't deny this stuff. I mean, you can deny it, but you're gonna be somewhere away from reality. Can we all just come back to reality? That's what I'm begging. I'm begging. I'm begging you to come back to reality. Let's get off of this partisan politics. Let's get off of this culture wars. Let's get off of this blaming our neighbors, making our neighbors into enemies, not facing the real enemies, and let's come together in truth, regardless of what religion you have, what's your sexual denomination, what's your nationality, ethnicity. Regardless of all that, we can all come around the campfire of truth and have a damn conversation and move forward with some key takeaways. We can do that. What's up, Doc? How do I sound, bro? I'm really paranoid about that.
You sounding pretty good right now.
The cat broke my mic, and I haven't had a chance to get a new one yet. So,
well, you're actually sounding clear. You may not need to get a new one.
Yeah, I don't like it. I'm definitely getting a new one. I can't rely. This is the mic of the computer mic, so it gets all the air and shit.
Hood it. I'm gonna have to get a hood for mine because I've got a AC right behind it.
Yeah.
See, I've had to switch sides and everything.
Well, you heard me talking about the truth and everything. Truth debunked. What do you think about that before we get into the show?
Well, I'm the Facebook user that put that up, the comment up while you were talking about that.
Okay, it's funny that it doesn't say who it is. Yeah,
well, I'm on a new computer right now. I'm on a brand new computer too. It's a new place.
Okay, great, man. I'm good to hear, man. Good to hear you settling in a new spot. Yeah, man. So just recently, I saw a post about the flat Earth, and people were talking about it, and it was like, this guy was doing. They were like, it was a science thing where he was like driving in the car, and he stuck his head out of the car, and he was like, "See, look, I'm moving fast, and I can feel the air blowing on me, and I can feel that I'm moving. Like, he's like, I get out of the car, and I don't feel anything moving. So how can the Earth be moving 10,000 miles per hour and all of this?" And it's like they were eating him up in the comments, and like this guy didn't make it out of third grade science, like. And it's like I feel like a lot of people they either didn't pay attention at third grade science or they're trolling. I don't think it really matters at this point.
There's enough out there that people that just don't have that strong mental thing believe it. It's just like the NASA landing and stuff, or the moon landing. There's a lot of people that was a hard community too, man. And I'll tell you, the only reason that one of the main reasons I absolutely believe we went to the moon is my dad was in the Air Force back then. I actually met some of the test pilots who went on to become astronauts. And those crazy mother friggers would absolutely fly up in experimental technology that may or may not make it with a pair of pliers and a roll of duct tape just in case anything went wrong.
Man, that's gangster right there. That's gangster.
So I believe
of the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
But see, I can sympathize with people who don't believe in the moon landing because it's like, all you have is pictures and stuff like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying the moon landing didn't happen. All I'm saying is I can sympathize with somebody having denial of that, but like denying gravity or denying,
here's the first question. Here's the first question you want to ask someone who says flat Earth. Are you a Christian? Are you an atheist or not? If you are an atheist and believe in flat Earth, there's nothing much that can be done. Come on, refocus. the problem is we get these people that, well, it says it in the Bible, there's a firmament and blah blah blah. You know that what great reliable scientific text the Bible is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great if we're talking theology and stuff like that, but if we're not talking theology and we're not talking social issues, if we're not talking history, it's not exactly good scientific data.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's the biggest part. And then, they're all, oh, what about this? What about this? And I'm like, well, everything I've learned contradicts that. But let's play a game called Follow the Science so we can understand exactly why 4 years ago people were getting kicked offline and stuff like that because of science, yet now they've been proven right. So if we go back then, all this time, the earth is flat, the earth is flat, the earth is flat. If you do not agree to this, well, first of all, it's in the Bible. Now, if you do anything against the Bible or try to prove anything against the Bible, you are a blasphemer. You are a heretic. And hey, we got this nice little warm spot out back on this pile of sticks for you.
Well, I understand that because back in the days they wanted to kill. I can't even think of the names. What did they try to kill Isaac Newton?
All of them.
Yeah, they wanted them
Newton,
guys
Galileo,
dead. Galileo.
Pythagoras actually ended his life in hiding. He spent much of his life in, oh shit, Rorschach. No.
Yeah, they wanted them guys dead. They're like blasphemer. They're like gravity is a thing or whatever. Blasphemer, kill him, witch. Yeah, people. It takes people a little while to come around. I think that's a thing. It takes people a little while. It's like that even to this day because when they come out with new science, it needs to be peer reviewed. Like I don't know how many times before it gets accepted. And depending on who is the scientist too, sometimes because they reject science, even good science, if it's coming from the wrong scientist, quote unquote. You know what I mean? Your reputation has a lot to do with it. What the community thinks of you, if you've been accepted in the community, where you're from in the world, like what your nationality or what country you're from. All of that stuff has impact on whether or not the scientific community is going to accept your work. Even though you have great data and you have peer-reviewed information, you can what do they call it when you can recreate it over and over again? You can test it and all of that, and it'll take them 20, 30, 40, 50 years. A lot of it, I'm an anthropologist, so there was a guy who discovered something. What was it? I don't want to mess it up. But anyways, this guy discovered something, and they didn't like it. I think it was the, damn it, I don't want to say the wrong thing. Where he found it and what it was saying in science, they didn't like it. So they went with some shit that was fake. Somebody faked some fossils. And the scientific community went with that as truth and put this other guy's stuff to the side and said it wasn't true. And it took like 50 years for them to come back around. It was after the guy had died. They finally came around and said, this dude was right. And it put like the evolution of man into Africa and all of that stuff. And they wanted they wanted it to be Britain. So that's why somebody was able to give them some fake stuff and them to take it because that's what they were looking for. He gave them exactly what they were looking for, but it was like animal bones mixed with whatever, and it had never been tested. It didn't get tested until like 50 years later or some shit. And the people tested it and they were like, this is some damn animal bones, like a baboon or some shit. Mixed with something that this guy didn't like. He put some teeth together from two different animals or something weird like that, and it's just, I don't know. They want to believe what they want to believe. So they look for science that upholds their already beliefs. And it's like that in the politics. We
It's
cover politics a lot, and
it's
it's
the
the same
exact same way. Cognitive, what is it? Cognitive, not dissonance,
business.
but the verification. Um, you choose what is right and wrong, and you look for information to prove that, rather than use the information to take you to a conclusion. It's the exact same thing. I hate every single cop show that I see where they sit there and go, this is the person that did it. We're going to prove it. We're not going to stop until we prove it. To me, that is such a horrible thing, both for TV, but also to show cops doing.
Yeah,
Because the
that's not
bottom,
real detective work because they're like, I got a good
exactly.
feeling about this guy, and then
But
I'm gonna prove it.
a lot of cops do work that direction. They go, well, I got a gut feeling that it's this guy, and I'm going to make sure that I can prove it. Instead of saying the evidence brought me to this guy,
Yeah,
can I connect him to it?
yeah,
You
that's
know,
terrible.
they get a cast of unusual suspects together, line them up, and then go, well, I think that guy's did it. Let's put it on him. And I mean, I'm using that phrase because you've heard that phrase used by cops before, like
Well,
real
in the TV
cops.
shows,
Well,
yeah,
I've seen real ones do it too. I've been a bartender long enough that I've heard quite a lot of sit around the table discussion, because cops will get together, detectives will get together and talk about it at the bar. And I've worked at a bar where a lot of cops hang out before.
well, the restaurant that I work at right now, it's a hub for, the chief of police, chief, what is his name? The black guy with the bald head. Why can't I think of his name right now?
I know who you're talking about.
I can't think of his name right now, but he comes to this restaurant all the time, like all the time. Abbott has been at the restaurant, and just regular police officers come there, and it's like every time they come, somebody pays for their food too. Like they already going to get a discount. They come in uniform, and they get 50% off. But it's always
Troy Finner or Troy Finer.
yeah, Finner. That's his name, Finner. Um, they somebody always pays for their food, like at this restaurant. I don't know why I brought that up, but anyways, the biggest story I would say of this week was the Tucker and um, Putin interview. I don't know if you guys saw it or whatever. I'm sure you've heard about it, because if you haven't heard about the Tucker Putin interview, you must be living under a rock. It's like, and I'm gonna cover some different angles on this, because you got different ways that they're covering this, and I think that that's really interesting and something to dissect, the different ways that they're covering this. So, but let's play some clips right quick to get us going on this particular topic. This is the Telegraph, and these are clips that they took from the interview that they felt were important. It says 5 key moments from Tucker Carlson's interview with Putin. It's 5 minutes. I don't know if I'm gonna play the whole thing, but y'all check it out.
Musk has already had a chip implanted in the human. There are reports that Elon Musk has already had a chip implanted in the human brain in the USA.
What do you think of that?
Well, I think there's no stopping Elon Musk. He will do as he sees fit. Nevertheless, you need to find some common ground with him, search for ways to persuade him. I think he's a smart person. I truly believe he is. So you need to reach an agreement with him, because this process needs to be formalized and subjected to certain rules.
One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, said yesterday, I believe, that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort, or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting there. How do you assess that?
Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops, that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious. Do the United States need this? What for? Thousands of miles away from your national territory. Don't you have anything better to do? You have issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt, more than $33 trillion. You have nothing better to do, so you should fight in Ukraine? Wouldn't it be better to negotiate with Russia, make an agreement, already understanding the situation that is developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end?
Wow. Those were heavy words right there. I think that was one of the clips that's been floating around a lot. I think he put things in pretty good perspective right there, whether you like him or love him, hate him or whatever. I think you got to respect those words or whatever and hear what he's saying there, and relate it to United States putting actual troops down on the ground. There's more to that part where he was talking about mercenaries and where they were coming from. It was a lot of mercenaries over there in Ukraine. But he's like, if you want to put actual troops there, that's a different story.
So I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. I don't think that I am. I think you're saying you want a negotiated settlement to what's happening in Ukraine.
Right. And we made it. We prepared a huge document in Istanbul that was initialed by the head of the Ukrainian delegation. He affixed his signature to some of the provisions, not to all of it. He put his signature and then he himself said, we were ready to sign it and the war would have been over long ago, 18 months ago. However, Prime Minister Johnson came, talked us out of it, and we missed that chance.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
I was busy that day. Nate, do you have I did not blow up Nord Stream. Thank you, though.
That Putin really entertained himself with that joke there, didn't he? He's like, I'm clever. You did it.
You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Do you have evidence that NATO or the CIA did it?
You know, I won't get into details, but people always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities.
I just got to ask you one last question, and that's about someone who's very famous.
Who has capabilities. That clip goes further to, so he's saying, who has interest in it, but also who has capabilities. Like it may be many countries or entities or even corporations maybe who may be interested in doing that espionage or destruction or whatever, however you want to call it. I guess you wouldn't call it espionage, but destruction. But it's not very many who actually has the capabilities of doing it, of actually pulling it off. So once you put those two together, then it only leaves a few possible deals. And then Tucker pressed him even more on that, where he was like, if you have evidence of it, then why don't you release that evidence and win the propaganda war? And Putin went on to say, it's not cost effective for us to fight against the United States in the propaganda war because the United States is going to win because they control most of the major media around the globe, especially United States, Britain, the West. So he was saying it's no benefit of it. So, but he could have been just saying that just to cover that he don't have any evidence to really show that, who actually blew up the pipeline or whatever, you know. But he went on to say something really interesting about how Germany, he's like, they're getting screwed out of this deal. Why are they going along with this? And he's like, there's another pipeline, and it could send stuff easily or whatever, and from Russia to Europe. And these people don't have to be paying these exorbitant prices for their fuel that that they really need. So it's like, why are they getting screwed? Why are they riding so hard with the United States on that deal, and their people are losing, and they're, anyways, we're gonna come back around to that one.
In the United States, probably not here. Evan Gershkovich, who's the Wall Street Journal reporter.
Мы столько сделали жестов доброй воли, что, мне кажется, мы исчерпали все лимиты.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I think we have run out of them.
Ни разу не ответил. Но
We have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner.
что мы
However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we can do that
исключаем того, что мы можем это
if our
делать
partners
при
take reciprocal steps.
встречном движении со стороны наших человека, о котором вы сказали.
I do not rule out that the person you refer to, Mr. Gershkovich, may return to his motherland. By the end of the day, it does not make any sense to keep him in prison in Russia. We want the U.S. Special Services to think about how they can contribute to achieving the goals our special services are pursuing. We are ready to talk. Moreover, the talks are underway. And there have been many successful examples of these talks crowned with success. Probably this is going to be crowned with success as well. But we have to come to an agreement.
I ain't gonna lie, I didn't catch that part of the interview, so I don't know much about that particular topic. And it's interesting that they chose to highlight that one, the Telegraph. So let's look at some comments. It says, imagine calling Tucker a traitor for interviewing Putin, but then showing the interview. Yeah. And that's what the news, or they're like, Hillary Clinton had the whole shit cow about this thing. And I think that, the mainstream media is really, for one, it's Tucker undercutting them or whatever. Again, he is beating them. And I think that's part of what they don't like. But there's also another part, that they don't want the American people to hear the other side, because we have a propaganda machine here in the States, and everyone is just parroting each other, and we don't get to hear the other side. We don't get to hear, Putin's views or what he's really intending to do or whatever. We just hear secondhand stuff through our talking head pundits here in the United States and Britain. And the media doesn't like that. They don't like to have stuff that's flying against what they're saying, or, direct freaking information that goes against what they're saying straight out of the mouth of Putin. Like, you can't argue with the stuff. If you're saying Putin says this and Putin says that, and then somebody does a straight up interview with him, they're like, well, Putin is actually saying this. Like, I don't know where you're getting that other stuff from. Let's see, more comments. It says, here in the comments, there are people from all over the world: America, Russia, Germany, Ukraine, Bulgaria, Latvia, Greece, France, China, and many others. We are all humans, and we all want peace. Let's unite in the name of peace. We have families, loved ones, and friends whom we cherish. Let's prevent a potential global nuclear war and save our world together. It says, the world's population is over 8 billion people. Let's not leave politicians to decide the fate of our lives. I like this, let's come together and fight for peace. The only way we're going to do that is truth. All of these lies lead to destruction. And, We don't want it as much as people want to talk like they want to talk, like, oh, give Putin the business. We don't really want a straight up live fire, not a proxy war, a straight up war with Russia. We don't want that. The world doesn't want that. No one's going to benefit from that. It'll only be bad things that'll happen as a result. We do not want it. Comments, it says Tucker's resting face is hilarious. I do realize he has an interpretation device in his ear, but that's just Tucker's face. He always has that face. Another comment that says, I would recommend people to go watch it in full for themselves and not what Telegraph thinks what was and wasn't important. We're going to look at some more clips of this. It says, credit where it's due. These clips are not edited in a slated way as I had expected them to be. Still, the whole interview should be watched. Yeah, I recommend you guys go check out the interview. It's everywhere. It says, I came here for the Boris Johnson part in Ukraine war. He prevented peace negotiations. It's worth to watch the full clip. It says, now Tucker needs to interview Biden for the world to see the difference. Ooh, dun, dun, dun. You know. Will Biden actually be able to freaking finish his sentences? Will he get lost in mid-sentence? That will be the question. I mean, and it wouldn't be revolutionary for Tucker to do an interview with Biden. You know, how many clicks is that really going to get? Like, it says, if someone needs the Telegraph to tell them this interview's key moment, then there's no hope for him. Yeah, whatever. I want to see what people want to highlight, and then we can pick it apart. It says Putin threatens World War III. I saw the interview, and that's not the case. LOL. It says the 2 hours watching was time well spent. No wonder the mainstream media is panicking. Make up your own mind. I didn't watch the full interview. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, but I watched huge portions of it. Let's see. I'm losing y'all, I think. Let's see. I kind of want to stay on this. Let me see. What do I have? Hold on. Give me a second. Africa for the Africans. Netanyahu. The CIA and Joe Biden. We're going to go into that right after this. Let me see. Okay, Washington Post. Yeah, boom. This is perfect. So let's take a look at Washington Post's angle on the interview. It says Putin, in rambling interview, barely lets Tucker Carlson get a word in. And we just played the highlighted clips from, what was it? Now I done forgot which, hold on, where was it? The Telegraph. The Telegraph. And in those clips that I just played, did it seem like Putin was rambling and barely letting Tucker Carlson get a word in? That's not the impression I got just from the little clips we just played right there. So boom, that's the beginning. It says, Washington Post, Russian President Vladimir Putin spent the first 30 minutes of his 2-hour interview with former Fox News host Tucker Carlson giving a revisionist historical tirade on the founding myths of Russia and Ukraine, the breakup of the Soviet Union, and NATO expansionism. So yeah, look at the words that we have in here. We got revisionist historical tirade. It says founding myths. So one part of the whole thing with NATO, somebody else was talking, they did a video, and they were saying that, you know, the whole thing about Russia's, and I've said this too on the show, that it seems like the reason why Putin was doing what he was doing was because of NATO expansion. But coming from this, after watching this interview, it didn't really sound like that was the case, because Putin was saying, if y'all stop sending the weapons to support Ukraine, the war will be over in like a week. And then Russia can decide on the fate of Ukraine, the future of Ukraine. So, and it's like from those words that Putin was saying, it didn't sound like he was talking about NATO expansion and more about, you know, Russia expansion, if you will. Even though you can make the
Well,
argument
that
Ukraine is a part of Russia. Go ahead.
what he said was, I'm gonna do I'm gonna do this anyway. Let us decide how this ends. Stop spending that money and be done with it. That's him beating his chest, going, you want the war to end? Stop sending the money. And then we'll go ahead and do what we want. We got them bent over already. Say,
Yeah.
why are you spending the money just to lose the job?
Yeah. Y'all wasting your money basically. Because we're gonna do what we're gonna do regardless. And so, but
And
still,
sorry, did I not say that from the very beginning too?
you did, and I got to give that to you because I was making that NATO expansionist argument early on in this deal. So, but like I say, listening to Putin talk, it sounds like him just being like, you know, I want to make sure Russia is strong, the great Russia, you know, the breadbasket is Ukraine has a breadbasket and it has other resources there, you know. But you can make the argument about the Catholics too, you know.
They also have a lot of minerals that are needed in future tech.
So, but you can also make the argument related to the ethnic Russian-speaking Ukrainians and the Catholic Church, because he did go on in the interview about
Catholic Church in Greater Rus. Yes, the ethnic in the areas that they were talking about in Ukraine, there was less than 8% ethnic Russians in that area.
Yeah. So another thing people were making an argument about is about they were talking about the right and saying that they think that Putin is all, you know, religious and he really cares about like God or whatever. And they're making
this isn't about faith. This is about the reestablishment of the old Russian state.
Right.
Which included Ukraine and specifically the Russian, the what is it, the Eastern European or what, I don't know the exact name, but the Orthodox Church.
Yes.
They're a separate church from Rome.
And that's where I was going with this is that you know, the right is thinking that it's all about Christianity as far as like Putin is like a Christian and he like cares about Christian values or whatever. But it's the truth is that Putin knows the power of the church and how the cohesion, the use of it as a tool to bring the cohesion of the Russian people, you know. And so at
that's part of the reason the USSR fell apart. They went all communist, anti-religion, all that. They tried to stifle all that. And that's part of the reason they fell apart was the instability of their people.
And I don't know if I have the clip, but the end of the interview was the most memorable part for me because he was talking about the soul of the people. And he was saying that you can't, what did he say? You can't take the soul away. You can't take the soul from the people, something like that.
Good God, our politics are sure as hell trying to do it.
Yeah, so yeah, dang, I can't even remember the quote, but the end of the interview was great. And Putin was like, should we end it there? And Tucker was like, yeah, I guess so. You know, it's like, that was a good way to end the interview with that line about you can't take the soul away from the people, because they were talking about the Orthodox Catholic Church and its you know, influence over the people, the Russian people, and the cohesion of the people. So yeah, let me read some more of this right here. This is Washington Post. It says, from there, admonishing Carlson when he interrupted Putin pontificated on matters ranging from the war in Ukraine and relations with the U.S. to the case of imprisoned American reporter Evan Gershkovich, and even to artificial intelligence. Carlson eventually Carlson, evidently exhausted by the Russian leader's long-winded conspiracy theories and grievances against the West, thanked him and called it quits for short of the media coup that he had been taught. Far short of the media coup that he had been taught. I don't know. This is a freaking huge ass interview. Who else could get an interview with Putin like this, anyways? And he did ask Putin some really tough questions. He did his job. I would give Tucker that. And look at what they're saying here.
And this interview is part of what got him fired for Fox, because Fox didn't want him to do it.
Mm.
Or
Yeah.
they had too many caveats involved.
Yeah.
And
So,
Tucker
yeah.
told him, look, I can make one phone call and make it happen in 5 minutes. And they're like, no, we can't do that. We can't do that. He even said that was part of his, when he was talking about why he was leaving.
So it's a real gift to us in journalism to have Tucker as an independent, so that who else in what other scenario would we have gotten this type of an interview? Like, I don't see any kind of way that this would happen. Like, Tucker is exceptionally positioned to be the guy to have done this particular interview, you know?
I've got to say, honestly, since he broke off from Fox, he takes shots at both sides a lot more than just one.
It's a and I'm not that much of a Tucker fan. I have to say that. But this is
I
good
think he's
journalism.
funny. I use Tucker Carlson on Fox. I used his statements as a basis to research things. If he's talking about it, they're talking about it. Let's see what the left is saying. Let's see what the right is saying. I think he's hilarious, because
Yeah.
you know he doesn't believe the stuff he's
Some
coming
of the
out.
stuff.
You know he's being an entertainer.
Yeah.
I
And he
mean,
knows his audience. He feeds them raw meat, like he gives them what they want or whatever. Like, he's good at what he does. Yeah.
you can see him laughing at half of the stuff he says. If you pay attention to him and his body language and all that, you can tell he's having a good time.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but is he like a guy with like a lot of integrity and character? I would have to argue. Like, I think that, he benefits himself with the stuff that he does.
I think he has so much integrity that he left a guaranteed job at Fox to go out on his own because he didn't want to be told what to do anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
and whether or not I agree with what he does, that's fucking integrity.
Yeah, but the integrity I'm talking about is him like really believing in the stuff that he says sometimes, like the way he leads people in certain directions, knowing that it's like he's a smart guy. He knows some of this stuff is not true, and he just he rolls with it because he knows the people are gonna freaking eat that shit up.
He knows it's entertaining. I mean, he's about as accurate and about the same as if you want to sit and watch them 5 women argue on The View. And these 5 women pretty much agree with everyone all the time, yet they still argue.
Because they got to make some content, and sometimes they make good comments or whatever. Sometimes they make informed comments, but I can't. It would be painful for me to sit there and watch that show. Like, I wouldn't be able to do it. I'd be scratching my eyes out.
Oh, you notice how guests that come on there very rarely ever come back.
Painful experience, I'm sure.
I tell you, they stuck me on that show after the pummeling I took and all the clips and everything. I would call my agent and go, if you ever do that to me again, you will no longer be my agent.
I'm gonna come back around to some of the Putin stuff because that was a big interview.
This guy's funny.
Yeah, have you seen his stuff?
He's a grain of salt guy too. I've caught him in some things that are wrong, and I don't blame people that are wrong for pushing lies. They're seeing the clips, they're putting them together, they're throwing some stuff up, but at the same time, they're going for funny, entertaining, and they're going kind of from a bias a personal bias as well. They want that to be.
Yeah. This guy comes from the left. I don't think he hides his bias and his stuff.
Oh, he
but
doesn't.
I think he does a good job with his research, though. You know, I mean, that's what's blowed this guy up. He's really blown up.
This
And
guy I like because of the stuff he does about corporations and stuff like that. The stuff
Right,
he does
that's
on
what-
politics is not nowhere near as good.
That's what drew my attention to him. The
He was the
digging
guy who
around,
was talking about the cereal, did the cereal aisles by color of the companies.
right?
This guy.
This is
Yeah.
this guy. Yeah.
So
that's what.
you did find him after that.
Yes, I found him. He'd been on my timeline, and yes, and the stuff he did, looking in the corporations on who owns what, is what really got me. When he was like, they all own each other. Like, I was like, God, and he showed how it freaking worked, and I was like, God, that is so
Say
crazy.
five companies own 30% of almost every single stock out there.
And then they own each other, and that's like so
Well,
crazy.
and yeah, but because they're all stock companies, so
Yeah, that right there kind of blew my mind, and that's what really drew my attention to this guy. And I've been pretty much listening to him ever since. But this one, he's talking about Joe Biden and how, you know, how the media did the Biden laptop deal and was talking about Russian disinformation or whatever. And, you know, and it has come out that a lot of that stuff is just straight up true. Like, I mean, it's floating, the stuff off the laptop is floating around the internet. Like, it is there. Like, it's not a fake thing. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you did have a lot of money that was being made by Biden and Hunter Biden directly from Russia, you know, and some of the stuff that the right is screaming about Biden is true, and it's not some Russian propaganda deal that's going on. But what I would say is the money is kind of chump change. I mean, it's in the millions of dollars, but in the arena of politics, you know, on the level of Biden and them, I would say that money is kind of small. Like I don't want to belittle it. I'm just saying that influence is not going to be as big as it would seem, because, you know, the money is really chump change to these folks.
see, but talking about it that way is a slippery slope onto trying to forgive them for it. Well, it's not as bad, so let's not worry. No, you were sitting in a position of power, of trust in the government, elected by the people. You betrayed that trust for personal interest to the detriment of the United States.
And I would agree with you.
It doesn't matter now if it's $50, 50,000, even 100,000. I may not be inclined to make a big procedure out of it, but once you're hitting $1 million, you're talking more money than some of our citizens make in their entire lifetime. Now we have a problem.
And it's a problem either way, even if the money was smaller, because of the part what you said at first, you know.
That's what I say. I gave my level of the difference. Now I think it's all wrong, but my give a shit level, like I said, is when you start making yourself a millionaire by using your office to do it. No, do what they do. Do what most of the rest of them do. Save that until you get out of office. Let them pay you then.
And that's why I want to cover this, is because of how the media basically misled the public, and it just shows how the level of corruption and the level of, like, you know, how people just kind of follow suit, like they don't, you know. They're all working together, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, it's like, hey, we were talking about that Hunter Biden laptop thing. What about that? Oh, we need an indictment we got a new indictment on Trump.
Yes, that's where I was going with it.
Oh, well, hey, you know, that new indictment on Trump, it got kicked out. Who's that big guy that they were talking about in the laptop? Oh, we need to send money to Ukraine. Oh my God, they're dying out there.
Exactly. And that's exactly what they're doing. And it's like, so some of the stuff that's coming from the right about how they're pointing fingers at Trump to cover for the stuff that Biden is doing is actually true. So,
Here's how I feel about it at this point in time. I was told to sit down and shut up about it, about how they were talking about it being wrong, because all I was doing was using an excuse to say, well, what, anytime someone said something with Trump, someone would go, well, what about this? What about this? Well, we're not having that discussion right now. We're going to discuss Trump. And I kept saying that's a crock of shit. But it's okay to distract and use all those things when we're talking about Biden and this whole laptop thing. It's perfectly okay for all those whataboutisms and who's this and well, we're still, but Trump's the one up there right now. Yeah, but the lap, it don't matter. We're gonna take 10 more indictments on Trump. Oh, we're gonna make this Stormy Daniels look like the victim because she violated a non-disclosure agreement to sue him, got paid, and then did it again. Gee, it just so happens that she waited 8 years till he ran for president to do that.
And a lot of the stuff when they're talking about Trump is just kind of shady character type issues or whatever. But on this side, this is corruption. Like, this is blatant corruption. So that's how it should be talked about, So, anyways, let me play some of this.
I've been trying to talk about it like that from the beginning.
Let me play some of this.
CIA steals elections. Part 1, we'll do America. Part 2, we'll do Ukraine. And if you're on the left, settle down. I voted with you my entire life. This is not a video about pro-Trump. This is a video about anti-corruption and anti-military industrial complex takeovers of our world. And if you're on the right, settle down. This video is not about Trump. This video is about the CIA. And what does the CIA have to do with Hunter Biden's Russian disinformation story? Well, you'll remember that when the Hunter Biden laptop story was published to the New York Post, weeks before the election, more than 50 former intelligence officials signed a letter saying that that was Russian disinfo. Although they didn't actually present any evidence. They just said that it's deeply suspicious that the Russian government played a significant role in the case. This letter was apparently delivered to Politico by Nick Shapiro, former top aide under CIA Director Brennan. Nick Shapiro has more than 15.
Hold on. I really want to focus on the fact that they did this article that it was like it could be Russian disinformation or possibly or whatever. And then all of the rest of the media just kind of followed suit with that. And even Biden repeated this stuff and it didn't have any real, evidence supporting it. Like, and the whole Russia disinformation, hacking our elections and all of that shit dominated the news media for a long time. And a lot of it was born out of this, and it didn't have anything that's legs to really stand on.
Years of crisis management experience in the White House, at the CIA, and in the private sector. Wonder what kind of crises he has experience managing. Anyways, this is the letter. This is just part of the extensive list of intelligence operatives that signed it. And I did not cherry pick these. These are literally just the first names on the list. Number 1, James Clapper, ex-director of national intelligence, who committed perjury for telling a congressional committee hearing that the NSA does not collect any type of data on millions of Americans. Nice. Number 2, Michael Hayden, who was the director of the NSA when they were doing that program. Oh yeah, and he's been accused of lying to Congress during the 2007 testimony about the CIA's enhanced interrogation program, i.e. torture. Nice.
So it's like, hold on. It's like, the truth debunked is what I'm talking about here. And it's like these people are known that they come out to be they found out to be liars about this, that, and the other, but they put information out there, and the most trusted news media that we have reprints this stuff over and over again and makes the American people think that it's true, because it's coming from like the New York Times, it's coming from like these media institutions that are supposed to be trustworthy and real journalism or whatever, and but it's information that they don't. It's loose at best. Like it doesn't have much, to back it up.
You get the point. So anyways, the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinfo because this letter signed by a whole bunch of career CIA liars said it seems like it probably is Russian disinfo. That was all the ammo they needed for Mr. Biden to cite that letter during presidential debates and on and on and on, as though it was fact. As reported by the New York Times, 3 years later, no concrete evidence has emerged to confirm the assertions that the laptop was Russian disinformation, and portions of its contents have been verified as authentic, as in the whole thing has been verified as authentic. In fact,
so like they're like it's probably Russian disinformation, and then that's enough for people to just roll with it because they want that. It goes with their narrative that they want to sell. Like we said earlier, when you have a belief and then you look for evidence to support that belief.
Well, remember, Hillary had been screaming, Russian collusion the whole time. So everyone was already predisposed towards it, especially if Trump has anything involved in anywhere around it, that it's just a Russian thing trying to take down the other side. Even though they had already disproven that there was Russian collusion for Trump's part, they still kept it up. And even today, people in the middle of a discussion, people will come up and go, yeah, but he colluded with them to get the place over Hillary in the first place. I'm like, no, it's just nobody likes her.
And that's what I hate about the media, because when they get stuff wrong, they quietly say, if they do that, they'll quietly say that they got it wrong, but they scream the wrong stuff at the top of their lungs, and people don't remember. I mean, people remember the lies. They don't remember the information that comes out that went against it, because the media doesn't focus on that part.
I know people that have been banned from Facebook and are still in Facebook jail and stuff like that for putting out statements 3 years ago that are known as common fact today.
And this guy here, he's going to mention it, that they planned it. Like they knew that it could possibly happen, that the laptop stuff could come out. So that's why they were already planting those seeds in the media of, Russian disinformation, So if this stuff comes out, then they can be like, boom, this is Russian disinformation. Like they already had a plan for that shit.
There were 3 laptops, not just one. And in fact, the House Judiciary Committee and Subcommittee on the Weaponization of Federal Government, i.e. corruption in our government, revealed that the same FBI personnel who were warning social media companies about a potential Russian hack and leak operation in the run-up to the election knew that the laptop belonged to Hunter was not Russian disinformation. And just wait, because we're getting to the part that you don't know about yet, where the CIA actually did war games on this very thing to prepare the media for how to report about it before it came out. Because the minute the New York Post reported about it, all the rest of the media went on full blitz mode. The Hill, PBS, CNN, NBC, the Boston Globe, Business Insider, Huffington Post, MSNBC. There was a coordinated campaign across all media to smear it as Russian disinformation, which is insanely ironic because a sad number of people have been taught to hate Trump so much. Like, sure, not a great guy, whatever, but you've been taught to hate Trump so much that you're not paying attention to court proceedings about your own president. This is the official report from the House Oversight Committee on Hunter Biden's influence peddling and the Biden family making money off of it. The Bidens and their associates have received over $20 million in payments from foreign entities. Over $20 million. That would be over $3 million from Romania, $6.5 million from Ukraine, and wait, $3.5 million from Russia. While they are calling the Hunter Biden story Russian disinformation, the House Oversight Committee published receipts with extensive financial forensics right down to actual bank statements, actual wire transfers, actual accounts. But the media was so effective at discrediting it as Russian disinformation because they were prepared. In fact, just a month before, they had already had a special conference where they prepared for what they would do if there was some compromising leak about Hunter Biden. They all knew what he was up to. And so the Aspen Institute held a Hunter Biden exercise right before the election, where they went over a totally fictional 11-day scenario where what happens if someone leaks fake made up information leaked by Russians about Hunter Biden's employment with the Ukrainian energy company Burisma. So to be clear, certain people within the Aspen Institute concocted a scenario that was framed as Hunter doesn't do anything wrong, but the other side is going to try to smear him, and maybe the Russians will release disinformation falsely claiming that there's sketchy things going on with Hunter's finances. And so as news organizations, you should all be ready for Russian disinformation when it happens, because it would be really bad for our election if Russia were to do that. So they got everyone together, and this is the actual page 1 of the document of their scenarios that they went over, and all the different news agencies went over how they would respond. We're talking like MSNBC, CNN, Twitter, everyone was there. They literally war gamed out how to deal with this leak before it happened. Because,
and like, man, it's not even fair, because when you have all of these major news medias saying the same stuff on a particular topic, then people are going to think like it has to be true. Like they're all saying it has to be true. Like if you research the topic and you keep coming up with articles that are basically saying the same thing about it, then you come to the conclusion that it must be true, especially when it's coming from reputable, journalism institutions, respected media institutions. It's like it's not fair,
Yeah, the ones owned by the left.
Yeah.
Say Murdoch, the Murdoch family.
Yeah. So, but still, for the regular person that consumes media, they don't know who owns whatever. You know what I'm saying? And
That's how they pull. That's why they can do it. That's why they can pull exactly what we're talking about off.
Yeah.
We've talked about how 5 people own 98% of all the media in the world.
Yeah. So it's easy to get them in a meeting or conference call and chop it up and be like, hey, look, this is how we're going to tackle this thing, And then it was so big about the Russians affecting our election, hacking our election, however they said it, manipulating our election. Like they kept saying that shit over and over and over and over again, most of the people came to the conclusion that, yeah, Russia is influencing our election with this stuff. And it's like, well, what about the corruption that's actually really truthfully happening? It's like, well, we're not going to dig into that because it's most likely it's possibly.
Well, we're not talking. We're not talking about the corruption. We're talking about Trump's election.
Yeah.
That's how they don't. That doesn't matter. That's a different subject. We're talking about Trump's collusion with Russia.
Yeah.
That's how they get away from that.
Yeah. So, and then they say, well, you have to vote for us, or otherwise you're going to let this guy get in there, and then the United States is going to be Russia.
Oops! Now half of California is on fire. We need to pass some more legislation and laws to make sure that carbon and stuff like that isn't going to be as, we need to pass some global warming initiative because, California.
Some kind of big, huge media story that they blow up. And like those incidents are real, like they happen, but the way the media covers it, it makes it seem bigger than it is, That's what they do as a distraction. So
it's to be fair, those wildfires were pretty big.
Yeah, it was big. It was big. I'm not saying
there's
it wasn't.
There's also a lot of speculation as to how they caught, as to whether or not they were natural or man-made. They may have had they were a couple definitely, but there's a good chance that some of them were artificially created.
Well, it was
Just like the Canadian fires not too long ago. I mean,
it's another channel that I follow, and this guy is a herbologist or whatever you call it, and he's super into this shit. And he was talking about old growth forest, and the I want to say the name of the sequoias or whatever. These plants they thrive off of fires, and us planting these trees that aren't native to the area is one of the real problems. And the native plants over there, they like fires and they come back stronger or whatever. Like, and us trying to keep from them having the fires is actually bad because they naturally have these wildfires, and it's actually good for the environment. And that's why the Native Americans would do the slash and burn. They make it look bad, but
now
they understood.
This is a broad swing at this. Don't it's basically right, but it can, anyone that actually knows about plants and stuff like that can shred it. But basically, they're doing stuff like these old hardwood forests. They burn down, they clear stuff out, and then they bring in stuff like pine. Well, the pine grows very, very quick, so it starts suffocating light and things like that. The undergrowth doesn't get time to grow, and the root system on the pine trees is much more closer to the surface than these deep root hardwoods. So what happens is they come in, the winds, the fires, they knock this up, but all the topsoil gets screwed up because, and it turns into, and then the rains come, and that's what the soil erosion is going on, which contributes to the amount of area that the hardwoods can now live in. So it's one of those, we did the right thing, but we did it the wrong way.
Yeah. So,
and that sums up. I'm going to tell you that sums up the whole green energy initiative and the whole, save our planet from overheating initiative thing going on right now. It sums it up in a heartbeat. They just keep throwing monies at this project and that project, and it actually turns into half the time more problem or more expense than it would have done originally to try to fix it instead of patch it up with a Band-Aid.
Right. We need to look at the interconnectedness of these systems and how they work together, and what are the natural plants and stuff like that. So, but related to this particular topic, is the media and how it blows something. Not to say, like I said, the wildfires wasn't a big deal, but they keep covering it and distracting from other things that's going on. That's the point I'm really trying to make, is that, that's how they use a story that is a big, it is kind of a big deal, but
and remember, he broke bail or broke the agreement and had to get given bail again.
You're talking about Biden?
I'm talking about Hunter.
Yeah.
Because remember, they had him for something. He did bail, and then he violated it and had to get bail again, which, no offense intended.
You go to jail for that, for regular folks.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, his bail would be like, to us, a few $100s. So it wasn't really any kind of guarantee that he was going to show back up or anything like that in the first place.
Yeah. So for regular folks, they would have got rid of the bail option and been like, this guy has shown that he, don't want to follow the rules, don't want to show up, and we're going to lock him up to make sure he's there for.
Well, the president is his father. Taking his passport away is no guarantee that he can't leave the country. I mean, we want to really play by the way the law would do it. He would have to be restricted from any kind of military base, any kind of international transportation place, or anything like that, because flat out, he is a flight risk.
Let me play a little bit more of this so he can finish his point on this right here.
Yeah.
Someone at the Aspen Institute suggested that maybe it would happen, and if it did, that would be Russian disinformation. So when it did, all the news agencies already were primed to believe that it was Russian disinformation. And so when a whole bunch of CIA operatives published this letter that claimed it was probably Russian disinformation, all these news agencies were already ready to accept that that was the truth. Because this institute, called the Aspen Institute, that's funded by all the gigantic billionaire philanthropy foundation, and has literally been asking the CIA to be its buddy since the very first year it was founded, and to this day invites the director of the CIA every single year to give talks. That institute primed them to believe that it would be Russian disinformation. But it was very real. And you can go and look at it all for yourself if you want. I obviously can't show the pictures because this video is going to be on platforms like Instagram and TikTok. If you just go to bidenlaptopmedia.com, it's all there. And it is censored. It's got coloring out of anything censored, but you can clearly see what's going on. For Twitter, I'm going to briefly go over some of it now, and that part will be cut for the other platforms. So let's rewind for everyone to just quickly remember what's going on here. We have a president who was elected under circumstances that involved the CIA doing things. And then during his presidency, we have 2 wars going on. In part 2, we'll go over how the CIA probably didn't have anything to do with starting the Ukraine war. And the other war is wildly unpopular because we are literally funding a foreign country bombing civilians and children. And I know that most of you on the left are opposed to the war in Israel, and you can probably use your brain to kind of make the connections between the CIA and Mossad and the aligned interests in those deep government groups. So you have a president that was elected with help from the CIA, who now has 2 wars going on that the CIA is really big on, along with Lord knows what else in the shadows. I might mention that all of these CIA names that signed that letter, they have one thing in common. None of them were ever elected. You have never voted for any of these people, and yet they have worked in government, in Central Intelligence Agency for years, decades, some of them. When conspiracy theorists talk about the deep state, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about intelligence agencies aligned with military-industrial complex interests, aligned with media organizations that we know the CIA has been influencing, buying off, and subverting for decades, all just pushing little bits of influence here and little bits of reporting there and covering things up there and flailing and flaming about things there to slowly push an agenda that is a little bit more enriching for them and a little bit more destructive for the whole rest of the world. So all y'all that voted for Biden last time, you really got to do some soul searching and think about who the hell are you going to vote for this time? Because burying your head in the sand is not helping. You want to know how the CIA steals elections? Part 1.
So yeah, so I think that the main point of this is understanding that coming from the right, those guys sound really silly when they say the president isn't the president, like Biden isn't the legitimate president, or he's not really running the country or whatever, like the stuff that they were saying. And the way that the clips show these people saying that, they sound silly and uninformed. But there's actually some truth to that, what they're saying. And from this clip here, we understand that it's like the CIA folks that's really kind of running the show. And these people are not elected. These people, and they don't have any constituents. They don't have anybody to like answer to, if you will. So like, he's talking about how the CIA had the influence over helping Biden getting elected, related to these way that they cover these media stories and this disinformation campaigns of making people think that certain things was Russian collusion or Russian propaganda or whatever, and that stuff had a really strong impact on the American people's thoughts of the situation, and it led them to come to certain conclusions that they knew that's what was going to happen. Like that was the whole plan. So, and then as far as like how much power Biden really has is a question when you have these folks who can manipulate the situation, to benefit the interest that they have. You know what I'm saying? So I've said before that I feel like Trump is a tool. He's been used by certain groups to get things done that they've been trying to get done for a long time. And Trump is their man, and he's getting those things done and has been getting those things done that they've been trying to do for the longest. It just so happened that the stars aligned and Trump was the guy. So, but the same thing is true for Biden. Biden is a tool also for powers that be that want to get certain things done, and they using him to get those things done. I mean, as simple as that. How much Trump is aware of being used as a tool is a question. But as far as on the Biden side, he's been in politics forever. So I'm sure he understands that he's beholden to these certain groups or whatever. So when you talk about the deep state, and you're saying that Trump is against the deep state, I think there's elements within the deep state that feel like they can't use Trump for what they want to use. But you have a whole nother group of people or corporations or organizations that have their own agenda and they can use Trump to get those things done, if that makes any sense. So you have people who are behind the scenes, who aren't elected, who have agendas that they are trying to accomplish, and they use whatever tools that they have, at their disposal to get those things done. So whether it's Trump or Biden, that's, whichever one can get the job done is the one that they want to go for. So the deep state versus the deep state, if you will, because when people say the deep state, though, generally we're talking about CIA, we're talking about military industrial complex, we're talking about, let's say Halliburton, Boeing, and so forth and so on. But on the other side, you have other groups who are just as powerful, maybe, as those groups, and they have their agendas too. And it mostly on the other side, it has to do with like cultural type of deals that they have, that they feel strongly about, agendas that they want to get done. So that's where it is. That's the war that's happening. This guy here did another story that had my attention, related to how you have these CIA agents who are on the boards of these corporations. And it's like, why would you want a CIA on the board of a corporation? Like, what is that going on there? So, but then the connection related to fifth generational warfare comes in, where, war isn't fought with traditional weapons nowadays. Influence, hacking, like, let's say policies or whatever, one of the things I like to say all the time is that, systems manage people and people manage systems. So you want to get people to do certain things, micromanaging them can only get you so far, but you develop systems that incentivize people to behave in a certain way, and you tweak that system. You see how the outcomes come, what are the effects of it, and then you tweak on that system to get the desired outcomes that you're looking for. So then that's what's happening here, is the powers that be, tweaking the system to get the desired impact on the American people, if that makes any sense. Let's read some comments. It says, Julie Stump, she says, who isn't corrupt? Surely you don't suggest that we vote for Trump. So she's given a pass for Biden as far as, she's like, who isn't corrupt? So like, they're all corrupt. So like, still, we should still vote for this corrupt guy, because otherwise we're going to vote for Trump. Like, and that's like the freaking argument of the whole Democratic, that's their whole platform. Like they don't even have any policies really, hardly, that people really want to vote for or that they stand on. They got this incrementalism shit where they pretend to get stuff done or whatever and say that my hands are tied and it was the Republicans, that's why we couldn't get stuff done or whatever going on. And that's their, so they're like, at least we're not Trump. So, you have to vote for us, or otherwise you're going to get Trump. It's like they're all corrupt. So if they're all corrupt, let's do something about the corruption instead of talking about, we don't. Surely we're not going to vote for Trump. They're all corrupt, but surely we're not going to vote for Trump. Well, can we look at some of the corruption stuff? Can we deal with that? Regardless if it's Trump or Biden, regardless if it's a R or a D next to their name, let's deal with the corruption, because at the end of the day, the American people still are the losers as a result of these people doing shady things to benefit themselves. Another comment says, the only thing worse than reelecting Biden would be reelecting Trump. There goes another one of the same. That's basically the same thing that this previous comment was saying, or the same sentiment, basically. The corruption is there, whatever, but we got to pick the lesser of two evils. So, she's saying it's a bad thing to reelect Biden, but it's a really bad thing to reelect Trump. So, man, the lesser of two evils is still evil. There goes the illusion of choice. Another comment that says, hope you are posting this stuff to X too. It needs to be. If not, Eon may highlight it too, which would be powerful. Another one that says, bro, since 2016 and before, as cybersecurity person, the intelligence community has long been manipulating what is released in the media. The issue is your presentation is benign compared to what 45 did with colluding with Russia agents. Great job, but pivot back to the insurrectionists. This is benign. I don't think it's benign, really. I mean, we're pointing to corruption and shadiness. He showed the money's coming directly from Russia, directly from other countries. Like, that makes you wonder, what are they aligned with? Are they really looking out for the American people when they're collecting money from these foreign countries? Like, how much influence does that money have on the decisions that these people make while they're in office? Are they making decisions to benefit the American people, or are they making decisions to benefit these people who sending them checks that's from another country? I don't think that's benign. Another comment, it says, FYI, the left hates Biden more than the right does, LOL. I don't know. There might be some truth to that. It's like they hold their nose and vote for Biden. You know what I mean? Yeah. Another comment says, honest, real information. Thank you. We of the right, left, and middle don't need to argue about, but join together with tyrants are out. Ugh. We of the right, left, and middle don't need to argue, but join together when tyrants are at our front door. What they do to you, they will do to us tomorrow. We need to stick together. Yeah. Yep. Don't let them come for no one. They come for your neighbor. They're coming for you next. So stand with your neighbor. That's where your power comes from. Don't let them keep selling that individualism stuff. That's how we end up with the evil that we have running everything, because each one of us is just like, well, they're not messing with me. So I know it's wrong or whatever, but I just want to go to work and pay my bills and look out for my kids, which I sympathize with. But at some point, they're coming for you and your kids. Another comment says, cover the connection between the Rothschilds and Israel. Another one that says, bro, pro-Biden people are not on the left. Pro-Biden people are not on the left. I don't think we have much of a left in this country. I've been saying that for the longest. I mean, Biden is centrist at best. I would not put Biden on the left. I can't put Biden on the left. I really can't. Another comment says, taught to hate one side or the other. Real growth is learning to loathe all sides equally. Hate, 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 hate. I hate everyone, so I ain't racist. I hate all of y'all. Another comment says the DNC is the establishment party. That is true. That is actually true. That is so true. Another comment says Putin interviews showed that Putin is fully aware that the CIA blew up that pipeline, aware of the plan, and yet he hasn't retaliated. What would be his retaliation? You know, I mean, you got BRICS growing like crazy. You know, trade is improving between the BRICS countries. They're talking about coming up with a currency that they'll be able to use in all of those countries. They're developing in Africa and other places. Like, I think that's the retaliation. What do you think he's supposed to do? Send a nuke to the United States or into the Pentagon or something because they blew up the pipeline? And really, I think they just hurt themselves because, like I say, Germany is hurting hardcore as a result of this, and other countries over there in Europe is hurting as a result of that pipeline getting blown up. So this thing is going to have negative repercussions on the United States.
A little hint. Take a look at how much oil and stuff like that we're selling over there right now.
Yeah, so that's what we wanted to do, but still, it doesn't matter. Those people are suffering. They're having to pay extra. That the oil that we sell in them has to be shipped, and that adds to that price. And why should, if I was in Germany, why would I pay this souped up ass price to get it from the United States when I can get it from somewhere else? And it's hurting my bottom line, and I can't take care of my people. Like, why would I do that? Like, at some point, I'm going to be like, you know what? I really just can't do this. I want to ride with y'all. I sympathize with you guys. But at some point, I have to make a decision for my household, and I can't spend this much money on this stuff. So I need to find somewhere else to get this stuff. So that's what's going to happen. And no matter what, like the American, the price is going to have that extra price tag from it being shipped and the amount of time it takes for it to get there. All of those factors, like, yeah, the American benefited. That's the reason why they blew it up. I mean, but Europe is suffering. So they're supposed to be our allies. They're supposed to be our buddies. We're supposed to be working together. Oh, but you're going to price gouge me and screw over me and give me less options to be able to take care of my people? At some point, those alliances will shift. Let me read some more. It says, as some who, as you say at the start of this video, has voted with you, the left, my entire life, how do you comprehend how the party who for decades was all about standing up against corruption has now become the party who not only turns a blind eye, but actively chastise those who point out corruption? When or what caused this shift? It is fascinating to me that I try and talk to people my parents' age about how the left has changed from when they were kids, and they refuse to acknowledge or see it whatsoever. They are entrenched in their respective camps. They are entrenched in their respective camps, but I wouldn't say that it has changed that much. That was an illusion that the left, I can't call them the left, the Democrats were against corruption. Like, since when, bro? Where are you getting that information from? Like, no, they are pretend to be, but no. And what did he say? Standing up against corruption. Now they become the party who only turns a blind eye to actively chastise. No, man. Look at what they're doing to all the whistleblowers. They're like standing up to corruption. If they were standing up to corruption, then why are they doing what they're doing to Julian Assange right now? I covered a story about the guy who leaked the information to WikiLeaks, and they gave him 40 years in prison. Okay. So if these people are standing up to corruption, then why are they arresting the whistleblowers and destroying these people's lives and suiciding them and putting them to jail forever? And this isn't really a new thing. I mean, this has been happening. I think that maybe with the way things are with the media and the information is harder to hide now because you have so many cameras and you got the internet. And, it's harder to they try to bury things. That's how they do it with the internet because you can't get rid of that stuff. So you bury it in bigger stories. So, but it's easier, I think, now to see it, but it has been this way for a long time. It says the CIA is fundamentally treasonous institution from top to bottom. It needs to be broken into 10,000 pieces and scattered in the wind. Ooh, those are heavy words right there. I don't know if I would go as far as to say it's fundamentally treasonous from top to bottom, but broken into 10,000 pieces and scattered in the wind, I can go with that.
Well, okay. You do understand the limitations of the CIA technically, right?
That they're supposed to be only
They
acting within the United
yeah,
States.
they're no. They are like the U.S. military. They have no authority inside the United States.
Okay.
They are not allowed to be activated within the United States. Yeah. That's why everyone's all send the army to the border, send the army to the border. No. Send the army in those riots. And as much as I hated those riots, you notice I also stood there and said, do not send the military in.
You don't want
that is illegal.
Fighting against our people.
Our army is to defend our population. The National Guard protects the people. Yeah. That's a different organization. The army comes in. The army is trained to combat an enemy. The United States should never be the enemy.
Yeah.
Our people.
If you do that, then there goes the thing, the greatest argument for weapons, having guns is to have a well-trained militia.
You might as well use the Constitution to wipe your butt and then pee on it.
Yeah. So that gives justification for these people who saying, I want my weapon so that I can fight. And if the government becomes tyrannical or whatever, and they're sending troops in to do whatever they want to do, then I need to take care of business. So that's the part about weapons
that also came from how the basis of that comes from the king at any time he wanted to could send troops in and do anything he wanted to because he was the king. He was the government. He was it. That is why we have left the power of our personal defense is in the civilian hands. Technically, the Army, the Navy, all of that, those are not federal government. Those are not government-run agencies. The generals and all that run that. The highest authority on them, however, is the President of the United States. The civilian, he is the highest civilian authority. He is the one in charge, technically, of our military. And he is not allowed to deploy the army within the borders of the United States unless foreign invasion. Yeah. Which is why this foreign invasion on the southern border is so stupid. Because they're trying to trigger a way to use the army.
Yeah. And that goes down a really bad road. And like we have these arguments all the time about the guns on the show, me and you, and it's like we're on different sides. But as far as with the First Amendment, I'm totally with having guns for the purpose of, protecting yourself from a tyrannical ass government. Like you don't have no other out or whatever. You don't have any other option or whatever at that point. And if you didn't have any weapons at all, then once they come down and do what they do, then you won't have no choice but to submit.
And truthfully, that's all I'm arguing for.
So I'm actually with that part of it. I don't want to go down this road right now, but I just feel like you should have better regulations related to it.
We need safe because of the nature of how firearms have gone beyond we do need safeguards, not necessarily limitations, restrictions per se, but qualifications. You know, you don't have to say, you don't have to list your firearms, but like a car, you know, it's like, okay, you go and you get like a pistol certification, a rifle certification, you know, class C, class D, all arms below, and stuff like that. I'd even be willing to open up more kinds and more firearms for people to have in the public if the public was certified. I mean, we're not going to force our people to go 2 years into the military service. We decided not to go that route. Hell, we don't even have our women signed up for selective service, which I personally have always thought was a problem. But, you know, we can have some. It's like, yes, this guy at least knows we know he's not going to blow his foot off cleaning his weapon. You know, we know he's not going to slam a weapon down on a table and shoot his friend across the room because it went off.
I'm going to read a couple more comments here so we can move on. It says, is voting for another president even really beneficial, the lesser of two evils, or do you think independent Kennedy has a chance? We've got to undo the why ties states to states. I don't know what he was trying to say here. We've got to undo the ties states to state nationals to become more united, ironically. Defund federal government equals chokehold on the reserve and freedom of back to the people. Learn your rights. That was kind of confusing. Let me read another one. It says, do you know that Ken Griffin flew to the Russian border a week before the war in Ukraine started? Back then, I thought that he had talked with Putin, but I'm starting to believe that he had discussions with Zelensky because he massively benefits from the war. And did you know that he recently joined a strategic discussion with Zelensky? There are pictures of it. You can find them in my story highlights, even though my stories are mostly in German. Let's move on. I'm gonna kind of just randomly go through these. There's a few that I really want to get to. And I think we spent a lot of time on these first couple of stories. And there's some stuff I want to get to. Oh, wait. Let's this is the extended clip of the Nord Stream pipeline stuff from the Putin interview. Let me do this right quick. It's like we're still on the same topic. I'm trying to move on, but anyways, let's do this right quick.
Do you have who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
I was busy that day. Nate, do you have I did not blow up Nord Stream. Thank you, though.
У вас лично, может быть, есть алиби. У вас лично.
You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Do you have evidence that NATO or the CIA did it?
Вы знаете,
You know, I won't get into details, but people always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities. Because there may be many people interested, but not all of them are capable of sinking to the bottom of the Baltic Sea and carrying out this explosion. These two components should be connected. Who is interested and who is capable of doing it?
But I'm confused. I mean, that's the biggest act of
Hold on a second.
ever, and it's the largest emission of CO2 in history.
Okay, Tucker Carlson's eyes are blue.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I want you to keep watching this interview. I'm not going to interrupt again, but I want to remind you of something. Tucker Carlson's eyes are blue. That's all I got to say.
Okay.
Security services, your intel services, you would. that NATO, the US, CIA, the West did this, why wouldn't you present it and win a propaganda victory?
В войне пропаганды очень сложно.
In the war of propaganda, it is very difficult to defeat the United States because the United States controls all the world's media and many European media. The ultimate beneficiary of the biggest European media are American financial institutions. Don't you know that?
The biggest benefit of American propaganda, is that what he said, right? Is American institutions. You know, I always say that you know the corporations are more powerful than the government.
So it is possible to get involved in this work, but it is cost prohibitive, so to speak. We can simply shine the spotlight on our sources of information, and we will not achieve results. It is clear to the whole world what happened, and even American analysts talk about it directly. It's true.
Yes, but here's a question you may be able to answer. You worked in Germany, famously. The Germans clearly know that their NATO partner did this, but it damaged their economy greatly. It may never recover. Why are they being silent about it? That's very confusing to me. Why wouldn't
That's such a great question. I mean, I touched on this a minute ago, but that is a really good question for Tucker Carlson right there.
the Germans say something about it?
Ну, меня это тоже удивляет.
This also confuses me. But today's German leadership is guided by the interests of the collective West rather than its national interests. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the logic of their action or inaction. After all, it is not only about Nord Stream 1, which was blown up, and the Nord Stream 2 was damaged, but one pipe is safe and sound, and gas can be supplied to Europe through it. But Germany does not open it. We are ready, please. There's another route through Poland called Yamal Europe, which also allows for large flow. Poland has closed it, but Poland packs from the German hand. It receives money from the pan-European funds, and Germany is the main donor to these pan-European funds. Germany feeds Poland to a certain extent, and they close their route to Germany. Why? I don't understand. Ukraine, to which the Germans supply weapons and give money. Germany is the second sponsor of the United States in terms of financial aid to Ukraine. There are two gas routes through Ukraine. They simply closed one route, the Ukrainians. Open the second route and please get gas from Russia. They do not open it. Why don't the Germans say, look guys, we give you money and weapons, open up the valve, please, let the gas from Russia pass through for us. We're buying liquefied gas at exorbitant prices in Europe, which brings the level of our competitiveness and economy in general down to zero. Do you want us to give you money? Let us have the decent existence. Make money for our economy, because this is where the money we give you comes from. They refuse to do so. Why? Ask them. That is what is like in their heads. Those are highly incompetent people.
Who blew up?
He said those are highly incompetent people. But you have to understand that Putin is coming from his perspective or his incentives. You know, that pipeline would benefit Russia to be open. So, you know, he's making the argument, you know, for himself here, you know, when he's saying that, you know, Germany, we're giving money to you Ukrainians, so why don't y'all open the pipeline so that, you know, so that y'all can make, you know, won't have to spend so much money on your fuel and stuff.
No, what he's saying is, if you open that pipeline, Russia will be able to sell, and we'll have more money to throw at the war. That's why they've got the answer to every single one of the questions of why do they have all the possible pipelines to Russia cut off is to stop them from. It's a financial blockade from NATO.
Right.
They're trying to stop them from and it's actually working. People in Russia are starting to be really unhappy because of what's going on, and they're rumbling about a draft in Russia too. I mean,
Yeah,
I think there's only a couple of thousand Ukrainians left at this point, though. I
and
mean,
there's an election happening. There's, in Russia. It's an election coming around right now in Russia too. So that's and you have some factions that are not happy with Putin, even though they're afraid to say that, but it's true. So
I basically consider Putin as a dark version of Daddy Bush. Well, Daddy Bush was former head of the CIA. He's got that kind of a thing, but with a kind of a dark twist to him. He's that kind. He's the guy that's been playing chess since he came out of the womb.
yeah,
I mean, and everyone's trying to play the game. Is trying to say, "Oh, this is shoots and they ain't even checkers anymore. These fucking people are playing shoots and ladders."
mm,
I mean, meanwhile, this guy's playing Star Trek 3D friggin' chess on him,
right,
and is
way,
15 moves ahead. And
way,
they already announced the strategy 60 years ago. They said we don't need to beat America with troops. All we have to do is infiltrate their minds, their education system, their social structure, and it will turn upon itself. And they will invite us and invite our style of government. Just
let me
saying.
read.
Yes, I'm
Let me,
paraphrasing.
let me read this. It says Putin. They're trying to replace international law with order. What order? What rules? Who invented them? It's just BS nonsense. All the time we hear you are obligated, you are obliged. I mean, we are seriously warning you. Who are you people? What right do you have to warn anyone? So he's
See,
like,
this is how I feel about the whole WHO situation and the whole UN saying, well, you got to do this. Like, bitch, what the fuck?
yeah,
I mean, I'm sorry, dude. Let's talk about the UN for a little bit of a second. Do you realize that the United States funds about 80% of the UN and the UN stuff because so many countries don't pay their bills to it? Whatever. And I don't know what the numbers are. But again, like NATO, I'm still trying to figure out why we fund 80% of NATO. And we're so fond of all these countries and their social systems and how they've got all this for everybody, yet they have no standing armies. They're including so little of their GDP and their tax revenue goes toward military or anything like that. Yet they're absolutely okay for us spending 80% of if anything happens, we're going to be there. And here's money for all of this for everybody every year. And I was actually that impressed me when 45 said, "Yeah, fuck that. We don't need that anymore."
mhm. Yeah, I agree with that move too. I ain't gonna lie, because that part was talking about America first, and it really just kind of makes sense. He was like, "How does this stuff? How is it benefiting us?" He says we're getting a bad deal out of this, and it's like looking at that. That really kind of makes sense from a business
Now,
perspective, like that. The math ain't
if
mathing when it comes to that.
if we want to keep into the treaty and stuff like that, fine, cool. But why are we paying 80% of the bill?
Yeah, are we getting 80% of the benefits?
I mean, well, there are some arguments that yes, we do. Because of things like Ukraine, because of Bosnia because of all the stuff that's happened up there where Russia has been forcing their expansion since 1993. Like I said, this is all part of it more. There's only one or two more countries left that are not either NATO, that are not part of NATO in that area. And I'm going to bet you when all this is over, within a year or two, there's going to be rebellious activity of ethnic whatever wanting to rejoin the Soviet Union, the old state, after this just as well.
Well, when we talk about this topic, one thing that always makes me think is when they talk about like the United Nations and they talk about NATO, the way they talk about it, they act like it's like the whole world, and it's like because they use it as a they're like, oh, well, the United Nations said this, or the NATO said this, or whatever. Like that's the freaking authority of the world, or whatever. And it's like there's a lot of countries that's not involved in the United Nations, not involved in NATO, or whatever. Like they don't agree with that stuff. Like, and it's like those other countries don't have a voice, if you will. Like they don't matter.
And as much as people are with the let's stop people dying in the Ukraine, there's a lot of people in the world that understand that this is Russian aggression. I've stood that from the beginning. I've been told I was brainwashed. I was told I was talking old school, that I was just repeating points and stuff like that. When I had been said, I'd been watching and studying from the beginning. And here we are, him flat out saying, you might as well just give it up because we're going to take it. We are going to decide how this ends. That's what he said. I'm going to decide how this ends, is what he actually said.
Yep. And then he said something about the future of Ukraine. Like we're going to determine that too.
That's what I'm saying. That's when I'm not saying how the war ends. I'm saying how he is. We are going to decide the future of Ukraine.
Yeah.
One way or another is what he's saying.
Let's do this one right here. Alex Jones posted this. It says, flashback, angry over Tucker Carlson's interview with Putin. Here's when U.S. mainstream media interviewed Putin in June 2021, long before the war in Ukraine. It did not go very well. Watch. Let's play this.
So may I just ask you a direct question? Did you order Alexei Navalny's assassination?
Of course not. We don't have this kind of habit of assassinating anybody. That's one. Number two is, I want to ask you, did you order the assassination of the woman who walked into the Congress and who was shot and killed by a policeman? Do you know that 450 individuals were arrested after entering the Congress, and they didn't go there to steal a laptop? They came with political demands. 450 people have been detained.
You're talking about the Capitol.
They're looking at jail time between 15 and 25 years. And they came to the Congress with political demands. Isn't that persecution for political opinions?
May I just ask you a direct
Interesting.
I'm kind of you know I'm lenient toward the average person on January 6th. You also know I'm adamantly against all military people and all people that were there for nefarious reasons.
Yeah. I think Putin is spinning that a bit.
No, but that is fair. That is fair. That is fair.
He's saying that, aren't you persecuting them for political? But I don't know about that, because you are doing you came into the Capitol with violent intentions or whatever. Like what you were doing, it wasn't just your political opinion. You was putting actions.
Again, he already said that. Not all of them were there for that. There's 450 people that really were just there, that weren't there to steal a laptop, that weren't there to do anything nefarious. They were just tourists in the incident. Because once they got in, they just opened the barriers. They didn't stop people from coming in after that. And they're going after everybody. Like I said, there were tourists there. people
And
that
there was
don't
also people
realize
looking for,
what the vibe. And yes,
looking for fence and looking
those guys are being dealt with and dealt with properly. You know, and then you got the shaman guy who's finally out, by the way, and running for Congress or a state position somewhere. But you know what? They didn't give him back his hat. I'm like, why would you? Yeah, that's not cool. Anyway,
I think Putin was halfway making a good point, but he was also spinning it. I think.
Anyone, absolutely, but that was a good spin, a little body blow, a little that was a fair comment. That is the same kind of stuff you and I hit each other back with. It's like, so what you're saying, you know, so basically this is your comment in a nutshell, leaving out what you mean and showing the other side of how it is. So, you know, you say that we are politically do bad things to our people, yet you are convicting these people simply because of demands, when a lot of them were not even there to do anything bad. They were just there. Fair hit, man. Fair hit. Not a knockout blow, but boom. You know, ooh. That one's gonna bruise a little bit. That one,
it hurts a little bit.
I'm a fan, dude. Putin is smart, man.
Yeah. Let's do this. I recently discovered this guy, Damon Imani. He does these parody type videos, and they are hilarious and entertaining to me. Let's play this one right here.
I think what's really shocking about this is the way he kind of just walks right into Moscow and presents himself on a silver platter to the Kremlin, doing the Kremlin's job of misinforming, disinforming the American population.
Wait a minute, Julia. The only group shocked by what an independent journalist like Tucker is doing is the corrupt establishment propaganda media and activists like you. Now, just like our own politicians, Putin is not an innocent guy. But it's obvious that you're just mad that with the Tucker interview, he will be able to present his side of this story. I mean, the war has gone on for 2 years. People are dying. And y'all only care about sending more taxpayers' money to Ukraine to continue the war, which only causes more people to die. So if you had just a bit of integrity, you would be interested in this interview instead of calling it misinforming and disinforming the American population like a fucking NPC you are.
I think
it would have been so great that if this was real. This was a real clip from CNN, but he inserted himself into the clip.
He's been popping up on one of my. He's been popping up on one of my things too. He does a lot of these.
Yeah. So, but he made
I don't agree
really
with a lot of them, but he's definitely funny with most of them.
Yeah. So, but here he made a really great point too. He really did. And what did they say at the beginning? The spin that they put on this. Hold on.
I think what's really shocking about this is the way he kind of just walks right into Moscow and presents himself on a silver platter to the Kremlin, doing the Kremlin's job of misinforming, disinforming the American population.
So yeah, and that's what a lot of the media is saying about the Tucker interview, is that Tucker's allowing a platform for Putin to misinform and disinform the American people.
Dude,
you know,
let me explain something to all those people that think that Tucker has any real control over this. He was only able to show the interview that the government said that it's okay. That the CIA and FBI said, yes, this is okay. He's got limits. He's got to work. He's not doing any disinformation. He's showing the interview that he can, but there were questions he was not allowed to ask, questions that he couldn't ask, and there were things said during that interview that were misinterpreted a little bit, because if you remember the table knocking, you're not going to tell me that the words that the translator said matched that body language and those gestures.
Mm. I always wonder about that every time. I hate that.
You know the spot I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. We played it earlier. And so, but yeah, I always wonder about that. Whenever they're doing those translations, if you don't know the language, then how do you know that they're actually saying that what they're saying, that what the translator is saying that they're saying? I always have a problem with that. It's always
that's one I'm in Spanish. I can pick up every 6 or 8 words. In Russian, I can only pick out maybe 1 in 20 words.
Yeah, I wish I understood more languages, because being that I understand Spanish so much, I can hear sometimes some stuff is hard to translate.
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie. Some stuff gets lost in translation.
Okay, here's the deal though. Russian is not part. See, I know a little bit of Latin, and because of that, I can sit there and I can get some good comprehension of most European languages, Spanish, all that kind of stuff. But Russia is based off of a different language base.
Yeah.
And they don't, and without a knowledge of like their basic mother tongue, like ours would be, the Romance languages would be Latin. I only understand what I know because of what I've translated from my Dungeons and Dragons games and stuff like that.
Well, back to this, it's like what I think the media, the Western media really has a problem with Tucker Carlson's interview is because it's harder for them to control the narrative when they have the actual words coming out of Putin's mouth with these straight up questions. It's hard for them to spin that, like the part where Putin was saying, y'all have stuff going on in y'all country. Y'all have y'all deficit issues. You got your border issues and stuff. Why are y'all so concerned with what the hell's going on in Ukraine? Like, that was some fair ass shit to say. And I'm sure those comments were kind of some of the stuff that the mainstream media doesn't want the American people to be thinking in that way. You know what I mean? Because that goes against their narrative of making it seem like what's going on in Ukraine is so important to us here in the United States.
Offhand, I'm thinking about the couple of future tech metals that they have available, how much crude oil they have, natural gas. That may have something to do with it. The biolabs that we built there, because we can do experiments over there since they don't have to follow the same laws.
But still,
as here, just like we hired out to the let's just say the one that had us all choked up 4 or 5 years ago. There's all kinds of reasons.
Yeah, but still, the priorities, the triage, what's important? What do we need to deal with now? Like America first, like American people, like, how high on the list? Like, as far as the regular, normal American, how much is that stuff gonna affect them?
Right now, too many people have pronouns as a priority over pride. They've got which bathroom you want, or we're gonna we need to allow boys to play in women's sports is more interesting than cutting spending abroad and using that money the same way the corporates did and buying back our national debt. That way we pay less interest, less money every year, and can use that same expenditure, split it in half to take care of problems in our own backyard, and take the other half of it and do the trickle down. That's what the corporates taught us when we let them trickle down, right?
Yeah.
Spend 20% on building up your business instead of the 40% like you used to. Spend 10-15% and take all the rest of it and buy back your corporation. Now, what if America started doing that? We would, and then go out every now and then and take $1 billion and burn it. Remove it from the cash supply.
Yes. And bring up the value of the dollar.
Absolutely. These are all easy ways to do it. They're easy. They're easy. We need more money in the government. Okay. Instead of spending like the border bill, $74 billion between Ukraine and Israel was thrown into the southern border bill. Now, what if instead we take that money and buy back $84 billion of foreign debt, people that have loaned us money, and we're paying interest on?
Right.
Now, that may seem like a lot of money to spend, but
it's kind of like putting money in your credit cards because you paying your money back, like you giving yourself money. That's how I look at it. When you pay down your credit cards, you are giving yourself more money to spend, if you will. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're paying yourself.
No, this is when you're actually tightening your belt. Instead of using that money to buy new shit, which is what they do, and throw more money at crazy programs, throw it at the debt. That way, less of our money goes to other people and more of it can come back to America.
Yeah, but it's all about, I think money laundering is the biggest part related to the money going to like Ukraine and other places. The military industrial complex, a lot of that money is just money laundering, more corruption.
Well, see, everyone's all wondering why everything got crazy because they put more money in the system. If the bottom 1% only get 1%, that means all of that money in 20 years, in one generation, 60% or more, actually probably half of that money is going to be out of the 1%. And then in another generation, it's going to be 20% of that money. And then you're going to have even a further difference between the rich and the poor.
Yeah, so the debt thing is a thing. I want to play his little response again because it's hilarious to me. The end where he called him an NPC. Oh my God, I wish that was real. And it actually happened.
Wait a minute, Julia. The only group shocked by what an independent journalist like Tucker is doing is the corrupt establishment propaganda media and activists like you. Now, just like our own politicians, Putin is not an innocent guy. But it's obvious that you're just mad that with the Tucker interview, he will be able to present his side of this story. I mean, the war has gone on for 2 years. People are dying. And y'all only care about sending more taxpayers' money to Ukraine to continue the war, which only causes more people to die. So if you had just a bit of integrity, you would be interested in this interview instead of calling it misinforming and disinforming the American population like a fucking NPC you are.
They made it look like that they kicked him out or whatever. It's so perfect, and that the argument he made is great. And it's like, yes, they don't really care about the Ukrainian people, man. Look at Ukraine. It's freaking destroyed, man. Look how many people have died and continue to die. Like, if they really cared about the Ukrainians, I mean, it sucks. It sucks. I'm not picking a side. I'm just saying the destruction of Ukraine is continuing. And
dude, it's like in Gaza, someone was sitting there going, oh, well, there were snipers giving a problem to an Israeli group. And I'm like, that's not possible. There aren't even buildings left high enough in Gaza to freaking snipe from.
Well, you don't have to have a high
I know it was a joke.
He's got another one right here. GOP is doing fine. He says, breaking Senator Langford's office releases statement after backlash on border bill. Again, people understand that this is like parody.
We are happy to announce that just days ago, Senator Langford released a bill that would allow 5,000 people a day to legally enter the United States illegally. The bill would allow 5,000 illegal immigrants a day to enter the country. That's 1.8 million illegals a year, by the way. You got that part wrong. Yeah, just so we know, it's illegal immigrants, not legal immigrants. Let's just move on from this one. To make sure that America is safe, Senator Langford's bill also forces a second Trump term to take in illegal immigrants. Now you're just making it worse. The whole illegal thing is it's right on the bill. I don't know, man. This party is obviously not doing well. Let's just move on from the whole illegal immigrant stuff. What is next? Senator Langford always puts America and Americans first. That's why this bill also provides $60 million to the American people, Ukraine. The bill secures $60 million fund to Ukraine. That's a kind of big difference, America, Ukraine. Langford. Oh, it's Langford. I'm not sure what we're doing here anyway, so who gives a fuck?
I don't know, man. I mean, you get the politics. It's really pretty funny to me. He's like, Ukraine, Americans. It's like, there's a difference there. You know, and a lot of people, you know, that bill got kicked out right off the bat. As soon as it hit the, it came from the House and then it went to the Senate and it was dead on arrival. And a lot of the problems that people were having was the part in there related to Israel and Ukraine. But, you know, there was a separate standalone bill that was money for Israel, I want to say, and they killed that one too. Like, so I don't know. Like, it's a lot of damn political pandering or whatever. It's a lot of damn. A lot of the memes that are going around is saying that, you know, if you feel like the border crisis is a crisis, then why would you want to wait till the next election to deal with it instead of dealing with it now? Because they're pushing back on it, you know, and it has come out that Trump had a lot to do with the death of that bill. He said it's a terrible bill, you know, just kill it. And that's what happened. It's dead. If y'all don't know what I'm talking about, it's the border bill that they were trying to pass, but it had the package for money to Ukraine and Israel, you know, tied up in it. You know, but the argument I was making was that if it's so important to them, then they can make some concessions. You know, if it's a crisis, then, you know, you make some concessions. And that's how government works is, you know, concessions. I mean, you have to work with the other side of the aisle. That's how you get things done. And of course, both sides are going to want stuff in it that they want in it, you know, so you make compromises. Anyways, let's move on. I spent way too much time on that. We're at 2.5 hours. We're going to start doing some random stories to try to get me back on point here to cover some stuff. So I'll make sure I got some clips and reels to use when I edit this. Let's do this.
Oklahoma judge stepping down just days before she was set to go on trial in a special court, accused of sending hundreds of text messages to her bailiff while presiding over a murder trial involving the death of a toddler. Some of the texts critical of the prosecutor and the defendants. Here's ABC's Jacqueline Lee.
She was caught on camera texting and scrolling on Facebook during a murder trial in the killing of a 2-year-old boy. And tonight, an Oklahoma judge is off the bench, accused by the state Supreme Court of gross neglect of duty and bias.
It doesn't matter whether it was a traffic case or whether it was a divorce case, or whether it was a first-degree murder case. I texted during a trial, and that was inappropriate.
District Judge Tracy Soderstrom, who was suspended with pay, now stepping down after only a year on the bench. In October, the Chief Justice recommended Soderstrom be removed following an investigation that found she exchanged more than 500 texts and emojis with a bailiff, including, "This is dumb," during the state's direct examination of a witness. "Can I please scream liar, liar," during witness testimony. And "He's pretty. I could look at him all day," about a police officer on the stand. The state Supreme Court says the texts show a lack of temperament to serve as a judge and reflect a judge who wholly abandoned her neutral role. Soderstrom was presiding over the trial of a man convicted last June of second-degree manslaughter in the death of his girlfriend's 2-year-old son, Braxton Danker, seen here in a photo posted online by the funeral home. When, as part of her resignation, Soderstrom has agreed to never seek judicial office in Oklahoma again. Whit.
Jacqueline Lee, thank you. To the Oklahoma.
So never seek judicial office in Oklahoma again. What about in another state? I wonder how much this kind of stuff be happening, you know? This kind of story makes me wonder about that. Like, you know, how much do these judges really care about the cases that they preside on? How unbiased are they actually, you know? Do they already have decisions that they have made? Have they already come to conclusions about how they're going to rule on a case before they even heard the evidence and so forth and so on? Like, that kind of stuff makes me wonder, you know, like, that's scary to me, because I like to look at it as like the judge is kind of impartial and they are there to make sure that everybody is following the rules, and they're going to rule based on, you know, the evidence that's presented or whatever. And that's probably why you want to have a jury trial over a judge trial, you know, again, because how do you know that the judge hasn't already had their own opinions about the topic or whatever? We always talk about juries and, you know, a tainted jury. When you have a jury that has already, like, if a case is big and it's in the news and they've already heard about it, then they already have came to conclusions that you know, one way or the other about you know, the guilt or innocence of a person. And, you know, what about the judges? You know, they listen to the news too. They, you know, probably way more than the average juror. So, you know, I think that the jury trials will be better, you know, because at least they have to come to a consensus together. And one person can't just be the one who's like already made a decision. I don't know, like, this is shady to a high level, and it also makes the justice system look really bad. So it says an Oklahoma district judge has resigned after being caught on camera sending more than 500 texts during a murder trial in the killing of a 2-year-old boy. And then how petty the texts were. Like they said she was making fun of like one of the witnesses, talking about they're lying, you know. It's like she wasn't paying attention really in the trial at all. You sending 500 freaking texts. Like, you're sitting there texting the whole time. You're not even listening. Like, what professionalism? You know, me going to school, you know, one of my instructors said, what it's really all about is becoming a professional, you know. And as years has gone by, him making that comment has stayed in my mind. And I feel like that's what's happening with me in a lot of ways with different stuff. Like, we can say, you know, about what you learned in the class or whatever on one hand, but on the other hand, learning how to manage your time, how to multitask, how to check your emails, how to be able to communicate professionally, you know, in person and through media, you know, stuff like that. Learning how to research, learning how to determine what's real and what's not, like what's fact and what's fiction, what's propaganda, you know, learning how to just present yourself and just carry yourself in a certain way, you know, getting up and taking care of business when you don't want to and stuff like that. Like, even though you're tired, like, that's what I'm getting from being from going to school. And I think that's what it's all about. And this person is showing a lack of professionalism with this type of behavior. Like, you wouldn't be able to get away with that in a classroom as a student. Let me read a comment. It says, this proves she has zero credibility, respect, or empathy for this child's death. She should be held in contempt of court and fined and jailed for the outrageous behavior. I think that's a little extreme. And I don't know that it has much to do with the fact that it was a child's death. She probably behaves that way in all of her freaking cases. You know what I mean? I mean, if she's behaving this way in this case, who's to say she wasn't being this way in all of her cases? I don't know that it really has to do with the fact that that it was about a murder of a child. Couple more comments. It says she should never seek judicial office in the USA. Another one that says she deserves to be fired. That's incredibly sad. Well, she resigned. That's pretty much equal in being fired. You can't fire a judge. Another comment. It says, hold on. It says, some jobs I think require a certain ethical standard, and I think a judge is the gold standard for that type of job. I mean, she is human, but she gets paid the big bucks to decide on some really important decisions that affect people's lives. It would be like if the surgeon was messing around texting people jokes about someone that they performed surgery on. Anyway, that's all I got. Have a good night, everybody. Stay warm. Another one that says, smartphones have made dumb humans. They really are an addiction for some people. Shaking my head. I think that's a cop-out right there. Like, yes, I do think smartphones have made dumb people, but like, it's not about her being addicted to her phone. It was more like she just didn't care. Like, she wasn't paying attention. Like, she wasn't being professional. It says smartphones made the world dumber. Another one that says, never deserved to be a judge in the first place with that type of demeanor. I can't begin to imagine if I lost a child and ended up with a judge like her. Yeah, I don't think she should be a judge anywhere, ever again. It says, and now they'll get a new trial and the family will have to endure it all over again. Shaking my head. See, that's the worst freaking part of this whole thing. Like, if you ever had to go to court every month for a year or 2 years, then you can understand how painful that is for everybody involved. And then you got to freaking do all that over again, all the emotions related to it, money being spent, time off for work. You know, taxpayer dollars being spent related to it. They're going to have to do all that shit again. It says, you all think that's bad. We had a court clerk puppeteering one of our judges who had dementia, like Joe Biden, for 7 years before they were caught. It says, so unprofessional, bye-bye. Another one that says, this is absolutely disgusting. She needs to be off that bench immediately. What a terrible story.
Is a beacon to the world. America is a beacon to the world.
No, I'm not a Democrat. I've never voted in my life in the Democratic Party, and I never voted in the Democratic Party. It's racist and it's capitalist to the core. This is understood. And I shed my blood. I shed my blood for the vote now. I want to make that clear. Some people get confused. The vote for me has never been the road to liberation. It's only the means of organizing my people.
You're the one who put the present Democratic administration in Washington, D.C. The whites were evenly divided. It was the fact that you threw 80% of your votes behind the Democrats that put the Democrats in the White House. What do you get out of it? You put them first and they put you last. Because you're a chump.
Because there are many of us who feel that not only the Republican Party, but the Democratic Party as well is committed to upholding a system of exploitation and racism. If you look at the McGovern campaign, McGovern didn't even raise the question of racism, and he was supposed to be the far left wing of the Democratic Party.
So yeah, the Democrats don't get a pass, and they shouldn't get a pass. And it's like we have to ask ourselves the question: why haven't things changed over time for the American people when you have these two parties who are supposed to be like on different sides of the political spectrum, you know, but things generally stay the same as we pendulum back and forth between the Republicans and the Democrats having control, but the results ends up being the same. You know, uh, they want to give the Democrats a pass and call the Republicans the bad guys, and I'm like, I can't roll with that. You know, I have to go with the two wings, same bird. You know, good cop, bad cop, because that makes more sense to me. It says Democrats and
My
Republicans are.
little profile picture makes a lot more sense now.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah. Let me read this. It says Democrats and Republicans are expected to battle yet again to win over the Black community's vote to seal a victory in November's U.S. presidential election. Yet African revolutionaries have long denounced both parties as two sides of the same coin. Despite mass disillusionment with U.S. electoral politics at an all-time high and U.S. President Joe Biden's dismal approval rating, he remains the presumptive Democratic Party nominee. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump has emerged as the leading contender in the Republican primary process. Do you agree with the revolutionaries who say both parties represent racism, capitalism, and imperialism? If so, will it stop you from voting if you're in the U.S.? Malcolm X famously described Republicans and Democrats as the wolf and the fox. No matter what, they'll both eat you. Do you agree with him? Yeah, they both eat you. We're getting 8, all of us. It says Donald Trump did more for Black people more than any president aside Lincoln. I don't know about that. Another one, it says Democrats and Republicans are for the same team. Now I can roll with that one. Another one that says
that Trump and Lincoln thing, I can agree with the first half, maybe not the second half.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah, he did a lot, and he was never given credit for any of it.
Yeah, I think Trump did do some good things. And what really sucks is that, you know, depending on what side you're on, it's like you're not allowed to say, like, I can sit here and say Trump did some good things when he was president. And I can also say Biden did some good things when he was president. But it's like, it's sacrilegious. It's like blasphemous to be able to say that, you know, it's like you have to be on one side and say that, you know, only my side did good things and the other side is the demons. You know what I mean? And how did we get here that, you know, you can't say the other guy that's on the other team has done anything good?
Because it's the devil you know that you're most comfortable with.
Mm. Let me see. Another comment says, Democrats are not a left-wing party. No party in American politics is left-wing. Both parties have installed dictatorships throughout the world who went on to commit genocide against their people. Even Jimmy Carter government, and he is considered a gentleman in today's political world. Another comment, it says, so in all presidential, gubernatorial, mayoral, congressional, local judicial elections, we only get 2 choices, Democrat or Republican. So is this post suggesting that Black people shouldn't participate at all? What's the alternative? Somebody tell me. That's actually a really good question right there. And it's like, you know, it's like the third parties, a lot of them don't really have a shot. So that is a problem. So, but if we do support the third parties so that they can get max funding, then at some point they can become, viable. So, but if we always make the argument that this is the most important election of our time and the world's going to come to an end if we don't vote for the lesser of two evils, then the third parties are never going to be viable. So that's the problem.
One of the problems I've had with a lot of third party vote so far, because I have never voted a straight ticket. Every election that I've looked at that I can think of, I've voted for some on both sides, and I tend to lean toward independence. But because of that, I also realize that a lot of time, when I really think about it, I don't necessarily think the independent is the most competent for the job, but he has the least attached agendas. So I feel like he's more likely to try to get something done, which he can't because he has no power. Even once you give him the position, he has no power because he's an independent and everybody's voting block.
Right.
So if he doesn't go with one side or the other as an independent on everything, they'll start blocking. They won't let him introduce anything.
Yeah, he won't get no support. So, the money in the politics is the problem, because the whole reason that people go Democrat or Republican is because of the fundraising machines that the DRC and the RNC have to help people get elected. People need those radio ads, they need those TV ads to really have a chance at winning. And if you don't have the funding to get those ads, then you really pretty much don't have a chance, because most of the American people are never going to see you. They ain't going to know your name. They won't know your policies or whatever. So, but why come we can't have a system where there's no such thing as a DRR and everybody is an independent? And then at that point, then people would have to look at the policies of the person to make their decisions, because a lot of people just vote D or R or whatever. They don't have to use their mind.
I actually think this little $3 we put to our taxes towards one party or the other, I think since they have so much money, neither party should get it. I think that should be kept in a fund to be applied for from only independent candidates. Only non-funded. And I'm sorry, if you've got a little, we're the Pink Petunia Party and all that, well, you've got a party. You're not an independent. You don't have access to that money. You have backers, you have financiers, beyond, and an independent person is going to have the same thing. But if they're not attached to a party, like I said, I think that money should go to non right and left, because they have enormous finance backing.
Yeah.
They don't need that extra $3 out of my tax. Even if I'm just saying, hey, here, you can have it.
They be having money left over from previous elections and shit. Like, until we get the money in politics thing dealt with, it ain't gonna matter about nothing. Nothing's gonna matter, because that's the elephant in the room. And
give everybody a maximum limit.
Yeah, because the elections are getting bigger and bigger as far as
you do that, and then you've got independent people. It's like that'll come out and go, well, I'm not him, but I support him, and I can do this commercial for him because that's me and my free speech.
And that's fair. But you see how each election cycle now, the amount of money being spent on the elections have grown every year after year. And it's getting so astronomical in the amount of money that they spend. Even for some of these smaller offices, they go for these smaller offices, their pay may be, a couple $100,000, $300,000 a year, whatever. I don't know what the number is, but then they spend millions of dollars to be able to get elected. Like, the money, it's not adding up. It doesn't really make any damn sense. You're going for a job that's worth a couple $100,000 a year, and it's costing you millions of dollars to get that job. Like, what sense does that, how does that work? You know what I mean? There's something wrong. I need a quick break. Let me play a clip so to give me a chance to get myself together here. Let's play some of Jimmy Dore right here. He's talking about Killer Mike won't endorse Biden and it blows Bill Maher's. Oh, I don't think I can play that because it's gonna play the HBO clip, and now they're gonna get me for that. Hold on, I can't do that one. But yeah, Bill Maher was like, I can't vote for Biden. He was like, if tell him to do something for me and come and earn my vote. And Bill Maher was like flabbergasted. He's like, what?
Okay, what about the what's
You ain't
being
black.
missed in Tucker versus Putin? Who's that guy?
Wait, say that again.
Boa, the fifth column, the second one.
Oh yeah, I can't play none of his stuff either. He's really hardcore. I played some of his stuff, and he sent me an email, cease and desist.
Wow.
That was over a year ago. I learned my lesson. I ain't messing with his
Hey,
stuff.
fair enough. At least he's willing to go, hey, once I'm not gonna copyright strike you. I'm just gonna say don't do it. And it's like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool of him for being
I watch
big.
I watch his videos every week. I ain't gonna lie. I love to hear his perspective on things.
I haven't actually seen of him. It's just that fifth column gets me because there's some some connotations and attachments that something that you not see, in something like that.
He comes from the left, but he always has like a twist on his stuff. And I think most of his viewers are actually on the right because of the way he presents the material and also his appearance. Like the first video I saw of him, I really was expecting him to be some.
Fifth column was a very not nice organization, very parallel with the beliefs of people that wore bed sheets, and like I say, something that people did not see coming.
I want to risk playing this one. I don't know. They might get me for this one too, but I want to risk it because it's a parody, so it's edited up, so I might be able to get away with it. This had me with tears in my eyes. I was laughing so hard at this clip right here when I first saw it. I think I watched it over and over about 10 times.
These guys, for not being funny, are some of the funniest people I've seen. Because they're really bad. I mean, they're really bad.
Yeah, I agree. I don't really watch the stuff.
I get chuckles out of some of the stuff they do.
Well, this person chopped up a Key and Peele sketch, and I don't want to give it away, but check this out.
Okay.
Hello, this is Gavin.
My name's Joe Biden. I'm here to ask you for your help.
You know what? I would love to, but I just don't have the time.
And you ain't black.
Hello? Hello?
The plan I have is for Black America. I look forward to seeing you in person.
Why would you do that?
You ain't black.
Listen,
and you ain't black.
What? Oh my God.
You got more questions?
What is your deal, huh? Stop. Don't you dare hang up that fucking phone, okay?
Me or Trump?
What if I wanted to?
You ain't black.
What? You motherfucker! Oh my God, you son of a bitch!
I won a larger share of the black vote than anybody has.
Fuck you, man! Fuck you! Well, I hope
you ain't black.
Oh my God. That is so freaking crazy right there, man. You ain't black. Oh my God. Anyways, I don't know if y'all find that as funny as I do.
I'm still waiting for that to come back and bite him in the ass sometime during this campaign. Or him to have the balls to try to repeat it.
He's like, I'm asking you for your support. He's like, I don't really have much time, but you ain't black. Click. Like, what? Oh my God. Woo. Yeah, I was crying at that one. That shit had me going. The gall of this guy, you know.
I've been asking how he got by with saying that literally from 5 minutes after he said it. I had already posted online. What the fuck? And still nobody has been able to answer me as to why he got by with it.
Well, the Democratic establishment controls the media. That's what you said earlier, and it's true. That's why he was able to get away with it. Nobody.
I'm not talking about the media, man. I'm talking about everybody I know that normally would have lost their mind about that shit.
Well, they let the media control their mind, so the media is like,
the same people that called me a traitor for saying I'm probably not going to vote for Obama the second term, and started calling me a racist when I knew him 20 years. How I'm like, you just had old white man tell you ain't black, and you're gonna let him get by with it?
Yeah.
You gonna tell me you gonna put him on the same level as Robert Downey's performance in Tropic Thunder, which nobody goes after anymore because damn, that was good. If you actually watch it.
That was just funny. I mean, it didn't have any it was just funny. It didn't have any this
it was a perfect parody.
Yeah. And this is funny because it's so outrageous, and the guy in the clip is getting upset. So, and understand that they added that in there. So
no. Yeah, they're doing those cuts and stuff. That's actually a Key and Peele skit.
And they edited in the Biden deal. So
you got to remember, for me to make comments about them about how they're not that funny, but I giggle every now and then, is an actual saying that I actually watch some of their stuff.
Yeah, I don't really watch their stuff. I'm not gonna lie to you; it's super dry.
I don't always turn them off when they pop up in my reels. That's the best way I can say.
I saw about the one they did about when they were making fun of Obama. That was pretty funny because the guy looks like him too. And so, but anyways, this one, I thought it was a real sketch. But then when I think about it, that's the thing. They would never do a sketch like this.
No. Is there different soundtrack to that sketch?
What do you mean?
Because I think this is actually a Key and Peele sketch.
It is, except for the Biden clips.
It does say specifically parody. Okay.
Yeah, I went and looked it up because I had to. When I saw this, I was like, no way, because this is way too funny. This can't be.
This can't be them. It's too funny.
Yeah, so I went and looked up the actual sketch, and it was about like a telemarketer.
And if I remember, one or the other one is actually very, very left.
Yeah, well, the original sketch to this was about a telemarketer.
Okay, I remember the sketch now.
Yeah, so they took out the telemarketer and they put in Biden. And so, like I say, there's no way that they would have done this sketch because it would have been a stab at Biden and the Democratic establishment. They wouldn't have let that fly. Like, this wouldn't have been appropriate. You know what I mean? It wouldn't have got aired. There's no way. So,
well, another thing is, and it's sad to say, he's one of those guys that's kind of like Bryant Gumbel Black.
Yeah.
He he's a lot more white acting and referring. When he actually tries to act like or be a black person, it looks like he's acting and uncomfortable.
But that's another reason why this sketch is so funny to me, because it's you ain't black, and it's like, and he gets really upset about it. It's like, because if somebody said that, he probably would get upset for real. You know what I mean? In real life, because there would be a little bit of validity to it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. It's really, really funny. It was so perfectly put together. So put together that I had to look up the person who put it together, and I was looking for them because I wanted to see some more of their stuff. It was hard to find. I don't think I found them, because the actual person who did it's at the end of the sketch right here. Oh yeah, that's how I found him. Okay, yeah, okay. The guy who we played the clip earlier, he's the one who made this edit. The guy who called the chick the NPC on CNN.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Damon Imani. So he put together this edit. Yeah, that's how I found him. I was like, this is way too good. I need to see more stuff for him. And I was not disappointed. That's how we ended up with those. I played like 2 or 3 of his sketches already earlier. His parodies that he does. Really, really good. Let me see. Couple comments. It says, I've watched this 5 times in the last 24 hours. I watched it like 10 times. Another comment says, this is 10 times better than the original. I hope they see this. Another one, it says, I'm black and this shit is funny as fuck. I laugh so hard, man. Another one, it says, this is the funniest shit I've seen in a long time. See, these people don't feel me. It says, 40-year-old black man here. Yes, this is funny. It's okay to laugh. Another one, it says, just too funny. Payback for what Biden said. And Michael is just the guy to deliver. Jordan does a great Obama, though. Yeah, this person probably didn't know that it's a edit. It says, imagine if SNL could be this original and funny, because they can't get away with this stuff. It's so like, even though they do political stuff, they keep it really PG. They keep it really friendly. You know what I mean?
And
this
very
one is
left.
a little, yeah. And this one is you can't make fun of the left. You can't make fun of the Dems. Really, you know what I mean? A lot of the stuff is making fun of the right. It's easy to do that, though. It takes some creativity, I think, to do this.
I don't know. I find them both pretty equal to make fun of.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty easy. But to be honest, right people, when I make fun of something, tend more to want to discuss about it, and left people get offended and upset.
Yeah, I think that's what goes with what I'm saying about making it harder, because it's not funny because they don't find it funny. Like, they can't find their humor in themselves being wrong or whatever. You know what I mean? They can't allow that shit. Like, it's like a guy I know, he does stand-up comedy like on the side or whatever, and a comedy club told him that he couldn't make fun of the Clintons. Literally told him straight up front, you don't make no jokes about the Clintons.
Well, crap, man, that kills half of my older stuff routines, because I had a whole thing about Hillary and the Monica Lewinsky scandal, and
yeah,
that's new. Because when I was doing open mic nights, that wasn't a problem. When was I doing that? Early 2000s. That wasn't a problem.
Yeah, so it's like, and on this show, we've made the jokes about like getting suicided or whatever, but it's because it's so true, it kind of takes some of the humor out of it. You know what I mean? it is funny, but
Hey, dark humor is like food. Not everybody gets it.
yeah, I'm all for the dark humor. I'm all for it. Let's cover this really quickly. I don't want to get bogged down on this topic though. Just to start off, it says
that's a very, very limited broken down. I'd like to see a little bit more about that, and I don't agree with the way the third one is worded compared to the first two.
Yeah. Well, it's got a couple of other slides to explain why they put that there.
Okay.
Let me read this. It says Texas SBA doctor performs abortion, $100K fine, lose license, life in prison. Woman gets abortion, $10K fine, life in prison. Man forces wife to take abortion pills, $0 fine, 180 days in jail. It was never about life. It was always about control of women. So where they got that from was this, because this actually happened. Texas attorney who poisoned pregnant wife with abortion medication sentenced to 180 days. That was NBC News. The Guardian, Texas man who drugged wife.
Okay, so see, they just set that up in a line that proposed that that's what the bill was about, not about a legal decision that went down before the bill is passed.
Yeah, so the first clips are about what the bill was about, and then they added in this part right here.
Yeah, now I want to see the bill, because that, yes, it could very well be true. Probably is, with these fucking crazy people we've got. I'm sorry, right now the Republican Party, the right, is in a very bad swing. And it's what both of them swing back and forth. Problem is, pendulum speaking, they're both way out, at the sides right now. Meaning the only people that they're serving are the 20 or 30% on the far right and the 20 and 30% on the far left, which means the 60 to 80% of us that actually are the middle of America, the ones that actually make the country work, don't give a shit about all this fucking craziness and just want our roads fixed. We want to have police protection that we don't have to be afraid of. We want to have running water. We want to have lights. We want to have the ability to buy a house maybe one day. When all of this arguments and things that they're doing are all contradictory to getting those problems fixed.
Yeah, and I think that that's true, and it's on display when you look at what happened recently related to the border bill, because it's the minority that's leading this to end up the way that it has ended up related to that border bill, because you have interviews where a lot of Republicans are talking about that they support this, that the way it was written, everything in the bill, but it got killed as a result of a minority of the group. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the radical parts of the Republican Party are having their way right now. So
I actually agree with this border bill not being passed. Now, if they physically remove one section, several lines, I think absolutely 100% everyone should vote for it, because it does good. It does good things. A lot of the stuff about letting extra people in and all of that is not what they think it is. People haven't read this bill. After we argued about it the other day, I actually dug into it a lot deeper. And truthfully, it is reasonable if they remove the $74 billion to Ukraine and Israel out of it.
Yeah.
Because neither one of them have anything to do with our border.
And I can agree with that. But see, they killed it on arrival. That's actually could have happened if they didn't kill the bill on arrival. They could have did some chopping of that bill. That's how it works. They would have made adjustments. Some stuff wouldn't have made it in there, and the bill could have possibly ended up getting to the point where it would have got passed. But they killed it on arrival, so you didn't even have a chance to go through that process of taking out the parts that they didn't want or didn't like or didn't agree with. It's just a sad situation. Let me read this. It says, yet another reminder that the pro-life crowd was never about life. They were always about the control and abuse of women. We must vote out these extremist ideas, and we must fight for guaranteed universal health care to ensure access. Being pro-choice is not enough. We must also be pro-access to ensure all women have access to health care. Women must have full autonomy over their health care without politicians intervening. Universal health care systems will far better ensure women have direct access to their physicians and can get the life-saving health care and abortion care they need. I'm running for Congress to protect reproductive health and abortion access on the platform of guaranteed universal health care. Join my campaign, So Quasi Murshid, I can't say his name. I'm sorry, y'all. I think that a lot of this stuff related to the extremist stuff, things always. Qasim Rashid. Qasim Rashid.
At least that's what it looks like.
Qasim Rashid. That's probably what it is. Qasim Rashid. Yeah, there it goes there. Qasim Rashid.
I might be wrong. Yeah, Q. It is Q. Qasim. It says it underneath.
So, a lot of these extreme views or policies or situations that we're facing, I think is going to lead to positive outcomes in our policy. And, call me crazy, but looking at things, you see how things, when you stretch it, like you pull a rubber band all the way, it's going to either break or it's going to snap back, And I think that's what's happening in our politics. We're at the point where the rubber band is getting stretched. You know what I mean? So, but it snaps back really quickly, though, and I think that's what's going to happen.
That is the beauty of the Constitution in its entirety. Is the Constitution is the rubber band. It's not gonna break. It's always gonna snap back. It always has throughout history. And no offense for everyone wants to say, "Oh, things are so horrible. Things are so horrible." Look back 20 years ago. 20 more years, 20 more years. We are better. Every 20 years is a generation. We have gotten better every single generation to generation. We've gotten a stronger country. We've had less problems with disease. We've had less problems with each other. We've had less problems with crime and all of that. And then something in the 80s got tweaked and weird. I really think that Gen X stepping out and just going, just leave us the fuck alone. The end of the boomers basically left us alone, and that's where we want to be left. I think that took a lot out of the country. That made a lot of us raise our kids in more of a passive manner because we didn't want to beat the shit out of them, but we wanted to teach them respect and right and things like that. And now that their kids are starting to get older, those kids are now 15, 20 years old. These are the ones that are on TikTok right now and doing all this that don't really know because, their grandparents checked out and the next generation got, the ones that didn't check out ended up building this corporate monstrosity. Because you did one of two things, and I hate to say it, the song "Waiting for the World to Change" describes Gen X way too much.
I really like this line of thinking that you're on right now because it kind of explains a lot of things. Because with the boomers were ultra conservative, right? So then their kids ended up being really liberal or whatever. Backlashing against their conservative upbringing or whatever, but then they let their kids be all free and too free. So now we've got the conservative type of. We're talking about households and you know, the way people. I'm not talking about political spectrum right here. I'm talking about, you know,
the way America
cultural.
households have become.
Yeah.
How 70% of our families, how it used to be 20% of single parent families is now 70%. It's how 70% of divorce marriages end in divorce, and almost half of those end in divorce within the first 5 to 6 years.
So that situation leads to a conservative backlash where you have this sharp turn where families want to be more conservative, you know, I don't know how you want to say this, but like religious or whatever, more conservative type of values.
Part of the generational warfare has been the breakdown of the traditional family. And you have to understand the traditional family, everyone's all, well, tradition, blah, blah, blah. No, you don't understand. When we say traditional family, we're not talking about Leave It to Beaver 1950s, mom is secretly drinking and on speed or on Vicodin or Valium and all that stuff. We're talking about peasant days. We're talking about caveman days. The nuclear family stayed together because it made the individual stronger as a whole. And by that, the towns, the clans, the villages,
community, the
kingdoms
nation
became even stronger.
Yeah,
and we have destroyed that nuclear family. We have turned families against each other with politics and race and all this crazy stuff. And now, as a people, we are not as strong as we were before.
Right. The nation is only as strong as the household is, because the nation is built up of households. So you have a mother and a father in the household, you know, giving a balance to the children in their upbringing and having a more cohesive community, you know, then you have a stronger nation as a result.
Man, I hit the lottery. I'm gonna friggin' buy 100 acres out in the middle of some decent territory and just build a damn compound.
Oh, you sound like David Koresh now.
No, ain't nothing like that about it. It's gonna be people making TikToks and doing video games and inviting their family to a place where, you know, we don't have to worry about crime from each other because we all know each other.
Yeah.
Invite other friends and their families if they want to. I mean,
I'm just making jokes. That really sounds beautiful.
I mean, maybe have a nice little weed farm off there that pays enough that everybody doesn't have to really worry about anything.
And you have communities that's doing that. And, you know, there's
look, this is Mr. Anti-Socialism saying this. So think about that.
Yeah, because it just makes sense. And, you know, I drive down I-10. You leave outside of Houston. I think it's I-10. I want to say it's I-10. And you have these areas out there where you can buy.
Are you going north, south, or east or west?
Man, I suck at that, so I don't want to.
Are you going from the way the sun rises and sets, or are you going where the sun is on the side of you?
I don't know exactly where it is, but it's.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you know which direction you're going, I know what interstate you're on.
Well, it's empty areas. It's a bunch of trees, and the acreage they sell in acres for cheap, and it's like really
every single interstate around us, though.
Yeah, because this could be north and south. It could be off of 45 or 59, but it's these. I really think it's I-10, but you see these big billboards, and it's advertising acres for these really low price.
Is it flat, or is it starting to run into like a little hill area?
It's mostly flat and trees, and
that sounds like north.
So you can buy these acres for cheap out there. It's kind of like I say, it's kind of like in the middle of nowhere, but it's not it's not too far. You know, you're talking about maybe an hour and a half, 2 hour commute. to get back to the city. But yeah, there's good deals out there for acreage out there, and they're selling these undeveloped lots for cheap. You buy them by the acre or half acre or whatever. Yeah, I think that would be a good investment. Just kind of like build a freaking town.
Dude, I should talk to you about my idea of finding a small town somewhere and renovating it and turning it into a work from home kind of mecca.
Sounds wonderful.
It's a very interesting idea, but it would cost $2 to $6 million, which is not really that much if you think about it.
I've kind of been avoiding this topic a bit because it's really like tough to talk about and everybody is so emotional about it. But I'm gonna play this clip of Netanyahu because he's talking about Rafah. You know, basically most of Gaza has retreated to the south of the Gaza Strip, and they're concentrated within Rafah. And Netanyahu is talking about an offensive in Rafah, but he's saying that he's gonna, you know, give the the civilians a chance to move somewhere else, you know, to avoid the. I'm trying to be careful on how I say this, but my question is like, where are these people going to go? Because the rest of the area has been basically destroyed. So this is kind of like
they've got places they can go out of the area.
Well, that's what Netanyahu is saying, but I don't know how true that actually is. Like,
it's
viable?
It's true. UN set up down there. Several other multinational agencies are set up down there. There's huge refugee camps set up. All you got to do is look into private contracting in the area right now, and you can see BlackRock, all kinds of our good familiar names. A lot of companies they own are set up there, ready to take on people. They've got food facilities. See, what you look is where they're buying. You look for where they're buying food and setting up and paying people to go, who are cook servers, food people, and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, the interviewer asks him too in this clip, like, where.
By the way, would you be interested in a job as a server in Ukraine?
No. No, I'll pass on that.
Even if it pays $100,000 a year.
No, I'll pass on that.
And that's like a Luby server. All you're doing is standing behind the thing going boom, boom, boom.
No, all the way. That's a hard no. Let me play this.
Reach. We're going to do it. We're going to get the remaining Hamas terrorist battalions in Rafah, which is the last bastion, but we're going to do it. And in this, I agree with the Americans. We're going to do it while providing safe passage for the civilian population so they can leave.
You've directed the Israeli Defense Forces to evacuate Rafah in advance of this ground invasion. There's an estimated 1.4 million people in that area right now, and as the German foreign minister said, they can't just disappear. Where are they supposed to go?
No, well, the areas that we've cleared north of Rafah, plenty of areas there, but we are working out a detailed plan to do so, and that's what we've done up to now. We're not cavalier about this. This is part of our war effort to get civilians out of harm's way. It's part of Hamas's effort to keep them in harm's way. But we've so far succeeded, and we're going to succeed again. Those who say that under no circumstances should we enter Rafah are basically saying, lose the war, keep Hamas there. Victory is within reach. We're going to do it. We're going to get the remaining Hamas terrorist battalions in Rafah, which is the last bastion, but we're going to do it. And in this, I agree with the Americans. We're going to do it while providing safe passage for the civilian population so they can leave.
You've directed the Israeli Defense Forces to evacuate Rafah in advance of this ground invasion. There's an estimated 1.4 million people in that area right now,
1.4 million people. Like, just the logistics related to moving that many people is like,
I know. It's insane.
So it says Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu tells John Karl that Israel is working out a detailed plan to evacuate Palestinian civilians from Rafah before a planned ground invasion. We're going to get the remaining Hamas terrorist battalions in Rafah, which is the last bastion. We're going to do it while providing safe passage for the civilian population so they can leave. The interview airs Sunday.
Dude, that would be like trying to evacuate El Paso.
A complete nightmare, you know.
No, El Paso, or excuse me, San Antonio. San Antonio has 1.5 million people.
Yeah.
Phoenix, Arizona. There we go. Middle of a desert. We'll call it that. I know it's not like desert, but 1.6 million people in Phoenix, Arizona. Imagine the logistics of evacuating Phoenix, Arizona.
It will be a nightmare. And then you got wartime conditions, and then you got destroyed infrastructure, you know.
Exactly.
I don't know. And then, you know, you also got, you know, you're going to have loss of life on the Israeli side related to this ground.
And you're going to have at least 10 to 20% of those people willing to fight rather than leave.
Yeah. So
that's not just Hamas.
Yeah. So even on the Israeli side, it's going to be bad.
This is, everyone's been talking about how brutal this war is. I've been saying, no, this is, you can't tell someone how to react to a genocide. Yeah. It's not over yet. This is when it gets brutal.
Yeah, this is the end game for Netanyahu.
Well, I'm not even talking about him. You got to understand the stakes on both sides of this are my people or your people. It is Hamas has to go. If they leave them alone, if they stop, they will come back. Their entire creed is based on the destruction of the Jewish state and of Israel. And it's not the Palestinian people, it is Hamas that is the problem.
Let me read some comments. It says, people wake up, this a planned mission to take land from Palestinians. This isn't about no imaginary terrorists. Another one, it says, we're witnessing exactly what the Germans did to the Jews. Is this some sort of retribution? Another one says, that's literally called ethnic cleansing. Let's read some more. It says, the Palestinians have never had safe passage to anywhere. Another one, it says, why did he kill 30K people then? Another one, it says, let our people go, release all hostages now. Let's see, a couple more. Where are they supposed to go? Another one, it says, so this guy should be charged for war crimes. It's hard for me to read these comments when they have so many typos.
You do know that Hamas had the chance to end this about a month ago. Well, not a couple of weeks ago. They told them, release all the hostages.
Yeah,
and they refused to do it.
It was Netanyahu who said it would be giving the war away to them, because they said ceasefire for 3 months or something like that, and we'll give back all the hostages, and you guys give some of the detained Palestinian people in Israel in return. And Netanyahu said no.
No, Hamas said no.
There's multiple articles on that.
Hamas turned down the thing.
Let me read some more comments. It says, it's BS. He wants to push them into Egypt. He can take the rest of the land. Another one, it says, he's tormenting them, not evacuating them. One more, it says, he can't even say how many Hamas they've got because that's not what they're after. Yeah, Egypt, the Egypt part of this is like, I get it because it related to like British colonialism and how Egypt is not what they appear to be in a lot of ways, but it's still kind of surprising to me on the take that Egypt has in this situation.
You know, here's what I'm trying to say, or I think is going to happen with all of this, and everyone says I'm crazy and don't know what I'm talking about. But Israel's going to get rid of Hamas. There is no this is not going to happen. And then they're going to pull back, and then they're going to start helping the Palestinian people to rebuild.
Yeah, I think that's naive.
I do not think that's naive.
I don't think that they will be able to eradicate Hamas. I think that they're creating more Hamas every day. So I don't see how that is going to be the case. And I also think it's kind of like what we were talking about earlier with the rubber band getting stretched. It's the way this has played out is going to cause a massive snapback as a result. And I was saying in the other show, I don't think you was here, but I think that this could end up leading to an actual Palestinian state after this is over.
Yes.
You know,
yeah, that is the whole idea.
Time.
That is the whole idea. But the problem is Palestine voted Hamas in, and then Hamas, all the relief effort, well, again, this is another one like the Russia thing. You keep accusing me of spouting the standard and stuff like that. And I do understand both sides of what's going on and why a lot more than my language seems to be. But ultimately, when you listen to both sides, you read what they're saying, you try to understand it. If Hamas were to lay down their arms, or to have laid down their arms when they were given the chance, there would have been a chance at a two-piece state already. If Israel were to lay down their arms, there would be no Israel state. Hamas would not stop until they were gone.
Well, I just don't see that because
you won't read the Hamas charter.
Yeah, but they could be saying that, but what power would they have to actually make that happen? Like, they don't have the power to eradicate
October 7th, 600 rockets a day going over into the Israeli side. I mean, you got to understand, there's both sides to this, and you're really digging hard into the left, just saying Israel is wrong. I'm not saying either side is right in this, but I'm saying real simple that one side wants to end this one way or the other. The other wants to end this only in one way.
And the Israel has state-of-the-art equipment. They got state-of-the-art military. They got Hamas
and they have not been using them to full effect because of civilians, because of the extra damage it would cause. They could have blown these suckers out. They could have flattened everything, but they don't. They give them time. They tell you, hey, we're going to be coming in here starting at this time or whatever. I mean, like I said, I'm not supporting them and stuff like that, but I'm like, what are people not paying attention to? That the only way this ends is Hamas in that area are hunted down. This is like the only way this ends is Russia decides what happens in that region. This is not a world
Did you hear
decision. This is not a soapbox bandwagon situation. This is a how can we're telling Israel how they should, we're telling Palestine, oh, you're in a genocide, you can only act this way. Well, the other hand, on the other side of it is the same thing is the goal of the other side of this fight. This is a to the end kind of situation. And yeah, Hamas may not pop out in the future, but there's going to be another organization or another, because Hamas is a fall down from the PLO, which is a fall down from the other. And the PLO and Hamas have one thing in common. Even the other countries around them don't want them there because of their jihad stance against Israel. They're the Palestinian people are in a fuck situation and it's horrible. But it is Hamas that is the problem. And I hate to see civilian casualties. I hate to see them caught in the middle and all this stuff and things like that. It is horrible. But it was very simply stated, this cannot be. And what happened on October 7th was crossing the line. And that was what broke the camel's back right there. When you're watching women being driven around on trucks and things like that. I mean, again, you've got the old mainstream look and things like that. Like I said, we don't have any business telling either side which is wrong or right.
Let me read
and like I say, I'm always going to go back to if one side puts down their weapons, it's over. If the other side puts down their weapons, it's not over until they're dead. So
they don't even have the capabilities to do that. Let me read some.
It doesn't matter. Look at what happened on October 7th. That is the place of life forever. Attacks like that. Hamas, instead of letting the people have running water and electricity, used the copper and the pipes to create rockets and bombs and shit like that instead of for their people. And then they went and attacked like that. I mean, there's reasons for what's going on. Now, the extent of what's going on, is it horrifying? Fuck yes. It is absolutely horrifying what's going on. But again, we cannot dictate to another person how they should conduct themselves during a genocide.
Let me read a couple more. I'm going to move on. It says, leave to where it would help if Egypt welcomed them. Another one that says, like he's kept them safe before, all 17,000 dead of them. Another one that says, this man has zero credibility. Let's see. Oh, yeah, check this out. It says, as property crime hits a 60-year low in America, the news media, in a purposeful effort to mislead the public and keep people in a constant state of fear and fascist backlash, turns each property crime into news. It says, 2 women face felony retail theft charges after officials say they stole more than $8,000 from Ulta Beauty, Sephora, and Nordstrom Rack in Hillsborough. So basically, they're saying how the media, that's the reason why people have this view that crime is so huge. Like we have a, crime wave happening across the nation because the media plays they big up these stories where these things do happen, but the way the media covers it, it makes it look like it's way bigger than it actually is. And this is saying the numbers say that property crime hits a 60-year low. But no one would believe that because the media got them thinking that it's we're at a crazy crime time. So it has a chart here. It says, here's property crime lower than it has been since the early 1960s. Note how the press purposely tried to turn that 1 year increase marked in red into a national moral panic. So this chart here has the dates on the bottom, and then it has, I'm not sure with these numbers here on the left, numbers of property crime, I guess. So it looks like it's got a peak here, 1980, early 80s, and almost the same in the early 90s. But then since the 90s, you got a constant decline of property crime here and a little bitty spike here, late 2020s. That's probably the pandemic right there. And then it goes down again after that. So overall, you have a continued decrease in property crime based on this chart. Comment, it says, if they stole from people's homes, then maybe it's newsworthy. But what difference does it make to me if Nordstrom lost some inventory? Another one, it says, propaganda to get even more funding for militarized cops. Another comment, it says 2.4 million workers lose $8 billion annually, an average of 3,300 per year for year-round workers to minimum wage violations, nearly a quarter of their earned wages. So that's the part I'll be trying to talk about too, and the media doesn't like to cover when you have these corporations stealing from the employees, like literally stealing their freaking wages. Like, and it's been happening a lot, but you don't see the media blowing those stories up. They blow up the stories about somebody looting the store, and they play those over and over and over again. Like, they come down my timeline every day. Literally every day I see a clip of someone stealing out of a store. Like, one of the ones that went viral recently is this guy taking these iPhones. I think it was iPhones. He was taking phones out of a phone store, like ripping them off the display case. And people were just standing around watching them. Took like, I don't know, 30, 40 phones or whatever, and then ran out of the store. And that clip is going down my timeline from different outlets. Like, I don't know, I've seen it freaking 30, 40 times in the last week. The same clip. Another comment says, any units you throw on the left or that chart, is that per capita or total number of lost inflation adjusted? That's a good question, because that's what I'm saying. I'm looking at these numbers in the left of this chart, and what do those numbers really mean? Like, what are they, what is that? So in that defense, you can make charts like this that can be misleading when we don't know what this information really is here. We need to know more about what these 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, what that actually means. Another comment, that says, Sephora, they support Israel. Personally, I don't mind, and I am happy to hear of people shoplifting there. I don't agree with comments like that.
No. That just increases the problem. No offense, I don't agree with somebody stealing 40 iPhones.
I don't either. What I'm saying is the media makes that look bigger than it is. It seems like that's happening every day, in every city across the nation, the way the media covers these things.
Look up Crime Tracker.
Another comment says, their attempts at distraction are no longer working. Another one that says, men steal from businesses the way they steal from us. Another one that says, they don't pay their workers a living wage, tell the CEOs to cover it with one less vacation. Couple more. It says, also that 1 year blip was COVID. Worldwide pandemics make terrible data points for normal times. That was a argument we had on a previous show. Another comment says, while they rob us blind and use our money to build more cop cities. Another one that says, I can't imagine an existence where my day was going just fine till I heard someone shoplifted at a superstore, thousands of dollars worth. How can I keep my family safe? Like, that's a fair comment because they're talking about, like, I mean, it's not cool that they do this stuff, but as far as it's when we talk about violent crime, like that's a thing, you know. But some guy stealing some stuff out of a store, like I'm not trying to belittle it. I'm just saying that it's like it's it's not on the same level of me worrying about like my life. Another one that says they do this in an over-the-top way with Georgia local news too. I refuse to watch most days. The local news is so bad. Like I say before, like my mom watches Fox News a lot, and I go over her house, and if I'm just sitting there, it's not like we usually the TV is just playing in the background. You know, we're at the dining room table or something, and we're just talking about it, something or whatever we're eating or whatever. But the screen is playing, you know, some theft, some robbery, some breaking and entering, like every news story is that. And it's like you understand where people get the idea that it's craziness going on out there and that everybody's house is getting robbed and their cars are getting broken into and people are looting the stores.
No,
When
it's
every news
simply
is
what's
saying that.
happened because of social media and things like that. Back in the day, people didn't. You got to understand, there is actually much less horrible crap going on nowadays than there ever really was before. If you think about it, I mean, I'm not denying bad things happen. I'm not denying that there's still rackets and organizations and all that crazy stuff, and all of it doesn't happen. But what I'm saying is, now in the days of cell phones in everybody's pocket, instant media, and things like that, you become more aware of everything happening around. Instead of just seeing bad things happening on the street around us, which doesn't happen that much, we feel very safe in our local area. But when you start seeing, 12 people in Detroit, 14 people in Florida, San Diego, Colorado, then you start going, this shit's fucking happening everywhere. What the hell? And it's all this more information and connectivity, but people not being able to keep it in the perspective of local, national, different state, not here, there. They start seeing all this, and it's like, well, this is happening everywhere, and then everywhere becomes all over, becomes all around you, becomes now you've just given yourself your own PTSD because all this shit's going on and it directly affects you now, even though it's in Florida and Detroit and New York and San Diego. And I mean, it's happening at the same stores that we see here, right? You mean Nordstrom's? Yeah, I was at Nordstrom's the other day. Wow. Doesn't matter that it was in San Francisco.
Yeah, but it's not happening nearly as much as it seems like it is because of the media.
It's happened a lot more. A lot of people are trying to dismiss it with that quote. That's one of those things where no, robberies, things like this are on the upswing. They're way on the upswing. Now, from your statement, are they happening like insanity crazy? No. But we see more of them because you've also got to remember, like that group they caught that worked its way. You saw Colorado and here and there, you watched them start in Detroit, and they went across this country and down, and a couple of them finally got caught, and they busted them in California. These were some of them they were showing on social media. They were running in and grabbing bags and things at different places. You know,
Yeah.
there's a lot of
Well,
organization going on, which is another thing. And now there's a whole lot of people now not reporting beyond the local area because of media saturation. But yes, all of that is dramatically up. Is it happening every day? Absolutely. Is it happening every day everywhere? No.
yeah, well, we're playing this chart right here that's saying property crime.
Do not use that chart. You've already debunked that chart.
And
you've already said that chart is not valid.
And it's these headlines. It's like the clickbait, like the bad news spreads fast and lies spread faster. It's like, what is it? Newsbreak. I have that app on my phone, and it's like the headline gets my attention, and I click on it, and then I read the article, and it's like nothing there. It's like it was nothing more than a headline, like and a bunch of ads pop up when you try to read the article. You can't even read the article by trying to scroll past all of these ads.
And by putting it on your phone, you gave it full access to your friends list, camera, microphone, and contacts.
I'm probably gonna delete the app because it's really kind of irritating me. Every now and then it gives me something to look up, but mostly it's like headline.
Put it
article.
on make a folder in your bookmarks area on your web page that you use on your computer at home or wherever, and just do a bookmark page that has it. That way you can tap it, because every now and then I go to all the different news sites for breaking headlines, and I've got several ones, and I just bookmark it and do that, so I don't have to get all these little apps to get their crap.
Yeah.
And just bog down my phone and have more people know what I'm doing, which is nothing. Okay, government, I'm not doing anything.
It's just that these articles are empty as hell. I don't know if it has to do with AI or writing articles or what is happening, but it's like literally nothing in the article was informative. Like, you know what I mean? Beyond the headline, there was nothing there. And even the headline be misleading or whatever. Like it's not news. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, all this fear mongering from the media, didn't this used to be the land of the brave? Another one, it says, pales in the face of all the political grift and taxpayer funding waste. Another one, it says, there will always be a justification for more militarized police. People have fallen for this same fear mongering decade after decade, as the ruling class promises just a few more heavily armed thugs with badges will make everyone safe. State-sanctioned violence doesn't lower crime. More community resource and the further elimination of poverty reduces crime. But more cops and tougher laws aren't about keeping the people safe. It's about having a force that can enforce compliance if the time ever comes. Couple more. It says, hey, you have a fraud and corruption every day in your politics. Another one, the news is just another show. Another one, it says, and stores in San Francisco and Portland are closing left and right because of retail theft. Couple more. Target has literally everything locked up. You need an employee to come and unlock the cabinet for $4 shampoo. It says, and they're pouring taxpayers' money into additional OT for officers, etc., to minimize this over-publicized retail theft. This one, it says, the paradise of the rich is made out of the hell of the poor. Victor Hugo. The paradise of the rich is made out of the hell of the poor. I think a lot of this has to do with comparisons and contrasts too. Like, I think that you have people who, how they feel happy or successful is related to looking at others and their suffering or whatever. You know what I'm saying? um, like seeing homeless people or seeing people struggle or whatever, and you're like, well, at least I don't have to deal with that, you know. So it's like the paradise of the rich is made out of the hell of the poor, basically because they're looking at the poor and it makes them feel better about their lives or whatever. Because I think that, like, I was reading something and they were talking about the average person is closer to being, even the middle class, upper middle class, they're closer to being homeless than they are to the billionaires. Like, and I think that people, their perception, they don't really realize that reality, you know, how big of the gulf of difference between like the upper middle class and the super wealthy folks, you know. And you know, a lot of people that are in the middle class are still really living check to check, you know. If they lose their job, then they're immediately in a different tax bracket. Their situation completely deteriorates like exponentially. You know, it's not like that for the super wealthy folks. Like a lot of us that's living check to check. You know, a terrible thing happening. You know, you get sick or I don't know, something happens. You end up in a situation where you got a series of unfortunate circumstances can land you in that boat with the person who's, you know, living out of their car or living in hotels or whatever. And I just think that a lot of us, we not realizing how close we are to being that person that we're like pointing our fingers at and saying that they're lazy and they want to be homeless or whatever. Comment says absolute fate in capitalist society. It says what's true then is true now. It says and Republicans fight like hell for billionaires whilst their families have no health care. Like what? Real smart. It says yes, also known as American history. Another one says hey, it's the American way, but ultimately death is egalitarian. You know, yeah, we really all in the same boat, and that's why I was saying like the paradise of the rich made out of hell of the poor. I think it's really an illusion. You know, we're all in the same boat in a lot of cases, like in actual reality. You know, it's nice to have the privileges. It's nice to have a soft bed. You know, it's nice to have the lights on or whatever. But I think that, you know, majority of us, we are in the same boat. We just want to make sure our friends and family are good, you know, take care of our kids, you know, have a regular life, you know, and that puts us all in the same boat regardless of how much we're making, you know, each year or whatever, because the idea of being rich or whatever is a perception. That's what I'm trying to get at here. It's like, you know, a person that lives off the earth who, you know, they're off grid and they, you know, they have a well and they have a garden and they have like some chickens or something, you know, like that person can be considered rich, wealthy, even though they're not making, you know, $300,000 a year, you know, and then that person that is making $300,000 a year is in traffic every day. And
I've got a good baseline for you. If you have zero debt and a $20 bill, you are better off. You are better off than 15% of our entire population in America.
Yeah.
How's that for a low? How's that for a bottom baseline?
Yeah, and our we live in a debt based system. Like it's all about that, you know, more debt, more debt, more debt. And a lot of people feel like they're doing good because they have that latest iPhone or whatever, or they have the latest BMW or whatever, but they're paying that shit off. Like they didn't pay off the iPhone. It was a chick I knew or whatever, and her phone got cut off, and she wanted some help with her phone bill or whatever. And I was like, well, how much is your bill? And it was like, I can't remember what the number was, but it was really high. And I was like, why the hell is your phone bill so damn high? Well, it's because she had that newest iPhone and it was tied in with her bill, and she has to pay that every month. It's not just paying for the service, she's also paying for the phone.
And
You know what
probably
I'm
not
saying?
paid off the phone that she got before that yet either.
And it's all tied and wrapped up into her monthly bill. And it's like, that is so crazy to me because you look like you're doing good because you have that latest iPhone, you have that latest BMW, but you owe for that shit. Like you are in massive debt behind your phone and your car.
We have to understand something right now. First of all, I'm going to say I am not a finance professional. I do not have a degree in finance or anything like that. Everything I'm talking about is just personal experience and stuff like that. So, that being said, and covering both of our asses for that, debt is different. You know, you're saying debt like it's a bad word, and it's not. It is a 4-letter word, which means it is risque and controversial amongst different people. The debt you're talking about, you got your phone, you got your credit cards, all that, that's bad debt. That is the debt that you try to avoid. That is the stuff that is how you are tricked into being a slave. Literally. You're working not for your next paycheck, but you're working to pay off your last paycheck. That's how people get behind. Now there are ways, and I'm not going to get deep or anything, but there are ways of using debt and leveraging it to actually make money and things like that. But the truth is, most people don't know about that. That's something that we're not taught about. All we're taught about was, hey, you know, instead of paying $1,000 now, how about you pay $25 a month for, you know, till you pay us $1,400? Oh, well, you mean, well, yeah, see, you're not paying us $1,400 really. You're only paying us $25 a week. That's not that much. And then you add on your Amazon, Hulu, maybe a little monthly on that cool game that you play all the time. Hey, I'm doing audiobooks here. Let's subscribe to Audible. Oh, you mean for $6 a month, I can get a free coffee every day at a place that I only go to once or twice a month? Yeah, let's put that on there. And next thing you know, all your little monthly tic-tac payments and stuff like that, crap that actually isn't that valuable to you, you're paying $200-300 a month in these little nickel dime stuff here. The cell phone. My phones cost me $10 or $15 a month. One costs $10, one costs $12.50 a month. And I am paying those out, but I got decent base phones. I didn't buy the newest Samsung since I use Android, which was $28.75 a month.
Yeah. So my point with this is that you have the people looking down on the guy who has the Samsung and he has an older car or whatever, but his Samsung is paid for and his car is paid for. You know what I mean? He owns those things.
Yeah, I went in debt for my car. Like I said, if you decide, hey, I'm going to drive Lyft, or I'm going to take a few days a week and do this or that, your car is no longer bad debt if you buy reasonably. It becomes what's called good debt. Good debt is debt that makes you money. See, when I bought my car, instead of me working more hours a day, at my restaurant job, instead, I worked a few hours a day driving Lyft, driving stuff like that. What happens is I added, I went from 30 hours a week to 43 hours a week, but now my car pays for itself. My restaurant job still pays my regular bills, and somewhere amongst all of it, I've got a few bucks left over to actually do something with, or at least set back to the next, project, which is going to be buying a place that I can maybe rent a room or two out of. What I'm trying to do next is buy a threeplex or a fourplex, living in one and renting the other three out. And that would be good debt, because literally my mortgage would be less than the money I get from renting the other three out. But I'm going to stop there, because now we're getting into financial things that you should really talk to someone that knows what they're talking about.
Yeah.
But like I say, good debt, all debt is not bad. But the debt that the companies try to get us in, the credit card debts, the high-end car loans, when you're not doing anything with your car other than driving it back and forth to work.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that kill you.
Yeah.
At least a house loan can be considered an investment.
Yeah. Let's cover this one.
Kid has 4 generations of family that went to Yale. His aunt, grandpa, grandma, and 2 of his uncles. Why don't we guess what universities he got into? But first, let's take a look at his college application. So he had a 2.66 GPA. He got a 5 on the AP Calc AB exam though. 1,300 SAT and ranked 171 out of 241 students. Comes from a high-income family. His family makes $800,000 a year. His mom is a lawyer and his dad has a PhD in neuroscience. Played JV football for 4 years and he applied to 7 schools: Harvard, Yale, UPenn, MIT, NYU, Drexel, and Stanford. He was rejected from Harvard, UPenn, MIT, NYU, Drexel, and Stanford, but accepted to Yale. You know what I think we should do? I think we should ask this guy how much money his family donated to Yale. Hey, listen, I'm not saying that there's absolutely no shot that this kid gets in with merit, but I am saying that he probably doesn't have any shot of getting in via merit. What I think is really funny is that he mentions that he has a 2.66 GPA, but he got a 5 on the AP Calc exam. So he might be a smart kid, but he just doesn't give a shit. Also, he got rejected from every other university that he applied to. Like Drexel rejected him, for fuck's sake. I guess it is what it is. This high school kid has 4 generations.
So D.L. Hewley posted this. He says, now please explain to me how you level the playing field against this. Legacy is privileged white people's affirmative action. So I think he has a good point with this.
I would say probably the reason he got in was because amongst the 4 generations of people before him, one of them was either in a society or fraternity that spoke up for him and wrote a letter.
Yeah, but it's really about the legacy. Your parents, it gives you it gives you an advantage, and the amount of money that your parents,
Again, that's the whole idea behind creating generational wealth, is also creating generational connections. It's just everyone under that level of income was never introduced to that until since probably the 90s, because I don't remember people talking to me about generational income and all that stuff before then, because we were poor people.
And I get that part of the argument, but what I want to focus on here is the comparison between affirmative action, because You know, affirmative action is bad. It's giving these people an advantage over others to get into these institutions, and you know, they're not getting in on their merit. You know, this is the argument, you know, quote unquote. So, but what is the difference between that and the legacy students getting into these schools, you know, just because their parents went to that school, and giving them an up on other students that their parents didn't go to the school?
Again, it's a
I would argue.
connections issue. Let's get your affirmative action guy. He goes there. He has no backing. He has no connections other than he was allowed there. He is now in a situation where he is beyond his capabilities. He does not have the ability to compete, to contract, to be at that level of the game, yet has no one to back him or anything like that.
Well,
that's a difference.
Even
I'm not
with,
talking. Look, I'm not talking about fair. I'm not talking about shit like that. I'm literally talking about people bitching about a system instead of working themselves up and being a part of it.
well, they do, because even with affirmative action, you still have to have the merits to get into the school. They're not going to put you in there on affirmative action alone. Like, you're going to have to have the prerequisites.
You will be placed there under affirmative action above a student who has better credentials because you hit the diversity quota. They will be forced to choose you over a better qualified student because of a diversity. That is absolutely true. And I will stand on the hill. I will fight on it. I will die for it, because I lost a full fucking scholarship to someone who blew it in his first semester because I had better numbers and they got it because they were a diversity.
Well, this guy just made an example of this kid right here who got rejected from all of these universities. He had what he said, 2.7 GPA. Where is the merit that this guy had?
I ain't talking about all that. I'm talking about affirmative action.
That's what we're talking about.
I'm talking about a person of color got their position because they were a person of color, despite the fact that I had better numbers.
Well, this person
of affirmative, they got the only scholarship because of affirmative action. I don't care about them. I'm talking. You want to talk about how it affects blah blah blah. This is how it affected me. This unfortunately unravels a whole lot of the fucking narrative because it happened to me. I lost a full ride fucking scholarship, and it pisses me off. And while I understand affirmative action and things like that, I think it's all been done fucking badly. And I think affirmative action should be taken off the table to blind numbers. Nobody knows names or anything. They are just a number that gets applied and accepted instead of a person. But see, that defeats the idea of, okay, your affirmative action student comes from over here in a poor community in LA. Why 98% of our people come from a completely different fucking world. On top of them having lower numbers, like I say, I'm not completely against affirmative action, but I will tell you there are victims of it. I am a victim of affirmative action, and it would have changed my life.
Well, they've already kicked out affirmative action, but I'm comparing it to the legacy students with this situation that this guy is talking about.
And you're doing it just because you want to damn the man. Yeah, I agree. Legacy is stupid fucking too. But who finances the fucking college? If it's a private university, you know, if it's tuition based, if they get state money, it should be just fucking blind numbers.
That's what I'm saying.
They're not.
Yeah, so when it's all about merit.
what you're arguing to me right now is if I go to Hooters, they should fucking hire me, or at least consider me.
No.
No,
No,
you're not going to understand that connection. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't. But the merit of this guy had lower merit, and he got in. So I'm sure it was people
And he had
that
4 generations of people that went to that school.
that shouldn't give him advantage. I'm sure some other
Why
kids
not?
had better merit
not in a traditional
and
university like that?
didn't-
Now,
and-
if you want to talk about U of H, I fully agree with you.
what's the difference?
Prestige universities are not public.
Okay.
Bottom line.
Let me read a couple comments and we'll move on. It says, and we have minorities cheer when affirmative action was struck down. The trick of the rich and powerful is to have the working class and poor vote against their own interests. Another one that says, well, maybe don't vote against affirmative action next time. A lot of Asian students were voting against affirmative action, and now they upset because the supremacy is still supremacy. Another one that says, too early on a Saturday for racial division, DL. I'm white and support all Americans of color, Trump 2024. Another one that says, anyone that goes against affirmative action does not understand how this country actually operates. Another one that says, how do you stay on a JV squad 4 years? Another one that says, sound like envy and hate to me. Another comment, it says, they the same folks that went against affirmative action because they believed Black people were receiving some form of benefits above them in college recruitment. Now they see what was popping before AA was passed in the beginning. Don't cry now, Mr. Lee. Another comment that says, you're 100% correct. He'll leave there knowing all of the right people, get a job with BIFF's father's firm, work in the city, buy a summer place by the sea, and complain that others should pull themselves up by their bootstraps. His life will end when he drinks too much at the club and crashes his Bentley into a tree. Another comment says, so I absolutely get his point. However, we need to stay away from bashing people because their parents work their asses off so their kids can be more successful. Should this be allowed in college? I don't know. To be honest, I don't think college is necessary. Another one that says, this is white affirmative action. Couple more, I'm gonna move on. It says, this is why college apps should be blind, no gender, race, or name, just a code number. That's what you're saying, and I completely agree with that. Completely agree with that. And leave out the legacy too. Let me read this one. It says, the irony is that it was an Asian man that took his case to the Supreme Court to eliminate DEI enrollment in said universities based on the thought that Black people were unfairly accepted into said universities. And that's exactly what happened. I covered that. Let's do this one. It says,
do you know how many statistics and stuff like that do not include Asians amongst colored people or people of color? Simply because they throw off the fucking statistics. They're more likely to have a nuclear family. They're more likely to succeed in school. They're more likely to not go to jail. They're more likely to create, as we're talking about, generational wealth, upward mobility, and social class. I mean, that's why they tried to remove Asians from people of color, like I said, because that fucks the narrative. But if white supremacy is white supremacy, then you can't really pull them out unless you want to call them white. And then now we have a whole nother plethora of problems to address.
I think when you think about the identity of white, it encompasses whatever it needs to continue its power base, if you will. If that makes any sense. That came out fucked up. Let's move on. It says pharmaceutical giant.
That came out very well for me, actually.
It says pharmaceutical giant Eli Lilly just reported 2.19 billion in profits for the last 3 months of 2023 alone. This massive number comes from hiking the prices of vital drugs for American seniors and patients. Eli Lilly raised prices in the U.S. 27% last year. So if this is making any sense, basically they raised the prices of their drugs 27%, and it led to a 2.19 billion in profits for the last 3 months in 2023. Move on, posted this. Their caption is corporate greed is absolutely worst. Comments, it says, I thought the senile old coot living the memory care unit, formerly known as the White House, was handling this issue. Well, he was trying. They actually did pass something related to this, though. I'm getting tired, so my brain is foggy on it. But another comment, it says, boo, his, and most of those drugs were researched and developed through government funding. We need legislation and protection from this type of graft. Yes, I agree with that. It says corporations are raking in record profits at the expense of every working class American. The greed is out of control. It says healthcare should not be for-profit business. I agree with that. It says we're being held hostage between the drug and insurance companies and the employers that set the approved drug list. Another one that says, don't have to tell me, but yet inflation is caused by raising minimum wage. What a hypocrisy. It says, my wife uses a weekly injection medicine that costs $13,000 a month. God. Another one that says, stop voting for the corporate shrills. Another one that says, they got to be able to afford commercials every 5 minutes. Another one says, but inflation, right? Another one, just wow, I wonder what their political arm sent to Republicans. Let's see. It says, and the copay keeps going up, and this is why we need single payer. It's just crazy that you can, the taxpayers cover the freaking research and development of these drugs, and then they privatize the damn money, and then they talk you into getting on these drugs, and then once you start taking them, you have to take them for the rest of your life, and then they freaking jack up the prices on you whenever they feel like it.
Well, see, what bothers me is how often we give money to them to research drugs. Then they make billions of dollars record profits. And it's like, at that point, it really wouldn't be anything to pay back the grant, the money that the government gave them. I mean, look at the whole Pfizer wins situation. They could have dropped the American people back the billions of dollars we gave them, and it barely would have made a dent in one of their CEOs' end of the year packages.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the end of the year package of the executives would have been maybe 10% less, and it still would have covered the entire money that we gave them, which again we could have turned, and if nothing else, used it to buy back loans that we owe people. So we're spending less in interest every fucking year.
Yeah. Push the debt down. It's socialism for them and rugged capitalism for us. And
I
then
mean,
they
there
get
is no reason that the U.S. government cannot begin to use capitalism tactics as long as it stays within the boundaries of the Constitution, and that is possible. One of the things that is possible under the Constitution and the regulatory laws is the government can start producing insulin on an old formula and sell it at a reasonable price because no one else is. They still have the option for the better medicine, the newer medicine, and things like that. But if they can't afford it, the government has it at this price.
Mm-hmm. And that would be fair. And I don't see how that would hurt anybody.
Any item that has limited number of producers, they can do baby formula, that whole thing. They could use a fucking 1990s or 1960s version of baby formula and put that shit out for use for cheap as shit.
Yeah, but they have a game with that because they, when those patents run out, the dates pass. They just change
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. The U.S. government can use the older patent and produce that since it's no longer protected by law.
Yeah, but see, they have a game with that where they buy that. I covered it in the show, and I'm tired now, and I can't really get my brain to say it right. But they as soon as it expires, they buy it again and monopolize it so no one can use it. And that's how
Well,
they
remember, the original formula for insulin was $1. It may not be the best of the best, but that I guarantee you the university that owns that $1 patent has it easily available for use and stuff like that. Again, something the government can do, and we have plenty of research facilities overseas that we can actually put some insulin in to be able to upgrade it 1 or 2 degrees, again, to give to people. Like I said, I'm not talking about every rare and weird life-saving drug out there. I'm talking about insulin, which our country's need for insulin is a product of our own government laws. It is a product of our media and our fascination of us eating fast food, of us, again, the breakdown of the nuclear family, the hustle culture, everything that is pushed is brought us to the fact that 60% of our population is not just fat, they're obese.
Yep.
And the sad thing is people are celebrating it now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm big and I'm bad. No, you're fucking fat and sweaty. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying you don't look good. I'm just saying you're not healthy.
Yeah. It's
You know,
not nothing to be promoted.
I like a few extra curves. I can honestly say that someone that looks like they enjoy life and enjoy themselves a little bit is more attractive to me than someone walking around looking like they're going to get knocked over if a puppy jumps on them.
Yeah, well, being too thin is not healthy too, you know. So
well, I'm talking about our model, our ideal of thinness is on the other extreme of our big and beautiful. Big and beautiful used to be like Serena Williams, and now it's like Lotto.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to pick on her. She is a talented and gorgeous individual, but damn.
It's not healthy.
No.
We
and
shouldn't be promoting unhealthiness.
Thank you. She should not be up there going, it's okay to be like me. She knows better.
Yeah. Let's do this one.
Border belongs to the U.S. government. And I think you'll see the courts rule that before the March implementation. It was wrong. It couldn't be carried out if the state wanted to. There's just no plans for it. There's no place to place individuals. There's no way to distinguish who's documented, who's undocumented. So it's largely just, unfortunately, extreme politics. And I've spoken against it as a senator. It's wrong. We ought to leave immigration to the federal government.
But have you spoken in terms of, what's HPD going to do? What
HPD is not enforcing immigration laws, period. It's unconstitutional. The border belongs to the U.S. government. And I think you'll see the courts rule that before the March implementation. It was wrong. It couldn't be carried out if the state wanted to. There's just no plans for it. There's no place to place individuals. There's no way to distinguish who's documented, who's undocumented. So it's largely just, unfortunately, extreme politics. And I've spoken against it as a senator. It's wrong. We ought to leave immigration to the federal government.
So Mayor Whitmire answers media questions according to SB 4. I empathize with the anxiety many feel regarding this bill, but Houston will not enforce such unconstitutional orders. I am confident the court system will strike down this bill. So the question I have, does Mayor Whitmire have the authority to do that? To decide to not enforce something? Isn't the SB 4 a state deal?
This is one of the ones where everybody is standing around pissing on constitutional issues. Right now, we've got a bunch of people in the state of Texas that feel like this is the U.S. government's responsibility. However, they have not stepped up and become responsible. Therefore, in the lack of the federal government protecting us, it is the right of the state to protect itself.
Yeah, so the law related to this is getting all fuzzy, related to who is following the law and not. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm okay. Here's where I've got to ask this. In the county or city laws, is there a provision that requires you to be a legal resident of the U.S.?
No.
If there is, they should be enforcing it. If there is not, then they cannot be forced to enforce it. Because a law has to be made. It can't be just well, if they don't have papers, pick them up. Because that's getting dangerously close to some fucked up shit. And, legal people that don't have their ID on them but can't speak English. There's a whole lot of, whoa, slow down, dude, going on here.
Yeah.
But what he's saying is border enforcement and immigration is not a city issue or a county issue. It's a federal issue.
Right.
Let them handle it. We're not going to.
Right. And I think that's the legal stance for that. Let's hopefully
I'm not of the biggest agreement of the decision. However, I have to support it in, you know me, I'm more of the constitutional kind of guy, and that argument leads directly to constitutional divide of power.
Yeah.
We have ICE, we have NSA to handle that.
Homeland Security.
Now, if they were to come here and say, HPD, we need your help, then they would be obliged to help them under their national authority. But immigration and that, it is not the authority of the local police or even the state.
Let's read some of this article. Maybe it'll clear it up. The Houston Chronicle story by Jasper Shearer 3 days ago. 4 things to know about SB4 Texas migrant arrest law. It says Governor Greg Abbott's feud with Biden's administration over the southern border is reaching new heights as Texas attempts to expand its role in immigration enforcement like never before. Though the area is a federal responsibility, Republican lawmakers have approved some $11 billion for Abbott's border crackdown known as Operation Lone Star, in which thousands of state police and National Guard members have been deployed to the border to arrest migrants for trespassing on private land and other state charges. It says last year the Texas legislation went a step further. Yeah, that just kind of made me think too. Land, that makes sense. The part where they said trespassing on private land. That kind of makes sense right there.
This is why we say look that shit up, read it from different sources.
Yeah, using that kind of makes sense.
No, you know me. I support the guys that live on the border. I've seen a rape tree. I know I shouldn't have said it that way, but I've seen the trees where they hang the panties and stuff like that. No, man, something has to be done.
Let me read some more. It says, last year, the Texas legislation went a step further, passing a new law that empowers state officials to essentially deport people who are suspected of crossing the border illegally, with the measure set to take effect in the coming weeks. Here's what you need to know about it. See, I'd have a problem with, who are suspected of crossing the border illegally. That phrase. So what is SB4? The law known as Senate Bill 4 creates a new class of illegal entry state crimes that authorize police to arrest people they suspect of unlawfully entering Texas from Mexico between ports of entry. The offense is punishable by up to 6 months in jail, though a judge could order a defendant to return to Mexico in lieu of continuing with the case as long as the defendant consents. And there goes another little problem too, because the communication issues related to language barriers and confusing people, and like they have to consent, but then they probably don't even know that they have to consent. They're not going to tell them that.
Here's the options they're going to be given. They're not going to be explained in depth. They're going to say, well, you can go to court and maybe end up in jail, or we can take you back. So do you want to go to jail or do you want to go back?
Want to go to jail or want to go home?
You've talked to cops before. That's exactly the information they're going to give you. They gave you all the relevant information in the first sentence, and then they get you, and then they stop and then go, so do you want to go to jail? Because that is what, they're trying to give you the option. You want to go to jail or you want to go home?
Mm-hmm.
Say, I would take the green bus. Thank you.
Yeah. That sounds like Training Day, the corrupt cop from that movie.
Okay, you got to understand. I also come from the day where I've seen a green bus wedding. The green bus wedding, it's done normally from the El Paso area and stuff like that. They all get dressed up and everything, and then they go to someone's place, and then they call immigration. Immigration comes, they put them all on a bus, they all go, yeah, we'll just go home. They take them back, they drop them off across the border, they get picked up by friends, they go, they do a wedding and all that stuff, and within 2-3 weeks, they're all back across the border, living in their houses, working their jobs again. I've seen that happen with my eyes before. I thought it was hilarious. I've got I didn't have a problem with it, but a lot of with me being more of a right individual, when I tell that story, I've noticed that right wingers tend to get really upset about that. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry, that's as ingenious to me as a tax loophole. I give them props for it. They're taking advantage of a law to get free transportation down to Mexico, and then they find their own way. That's fucking hey, fuck, man. Hey, can I call a green bus? I want to go to Mexico for a couple of weeks. I mean, I can't just call an immigration bus and go. Hell,
yeah.
They figured out a way. Like I said. Oh man, I'm stomping all over my right wing hardness, aren't I?
Yeah, you're gonna.
People are going to start questioning me now. I'm sorry, people. I'm actually a real human being. I'm not as hard ass as people seem to think I am, but at the same time, I'm even worse than people think I am.
Yeah. Let's read some more. It says, for convicted offenders, though, it's not much of a choice. The law requires judges to issue return orders for those convicted of illegal entry, for which refusal to comply would trigger a penalty of up to 20 years in prison. The provision effectively puts deportation powers, long held solely by the federal government, in the state's hands. When does it take effect? Abbott signed SB 4 into law in December, and it's set to take effect March 5th. The Biden administration has sued in an attempt to block it, arguing that immigration enforcement falls solely under the purview of the federal government. Texas officials had until Wednesday to respond to the Justice Department's initial court filing. A federal judge overseeing the case has scheduled a February 5th hearing. Austin considered the Biden administration request to block the law. Go ahead.
Okay, so what they're saying is, if you'll notice the paragraph above that one, which is the one I was trying to comment on, they're saying falls solely under the purview of the federal government unless it is by their consent.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to go to jail or do you want to go home?
Yeah.
That's the loophole, and that's in there. Say they're not going to ship off. They're not going to break the Constitution. They're not going to send anyone home that doesn't want to go. They're only going to take people that want to go home back.
But they're going to confuse the hell out of them, and they ain't going to know.
And they're going to scare. Yes. Like I say, I love good cops. I hate fucking bad cops. And that's what we need to work on is all cops are not bad. 60%, 70%, maybe even a little more are absolutely okay. But then you've got the power trippy crazy ones. I hate almost every detective that I've had to deal with from they think I'm a bad guy or they're investigating and I'm part of it kind of situation, because they're bullies, they're crap. The problem we have with the law right now, the Miranda rights, it simply says anything you say can and will be held against you in a court of law, meaning anything you say to a police officer, they can use against you. However, anything that they say that cannot be used against you is considered hearsay and will be shut down in court. So if they say, well, he had this definite alibi, well, that he said that he was here and here. Well, that's hearsay because it's not proven. It's not that. But he said he knew the person. Okay, well, he knew the person, therefore he is in connection with them. But it's horrible the way the law is made to where they can't also say positive things or right things. It's like that you tell them, because that becomes hearsay.
Let's read some more. It says, why is DOJ fighting SB4? In their suit, Department of Justice officials allege that the state's efforts intrude on the federal government's exclusive authority to regulate the entry and removal of non-citizens, frustrate the United States immigration operations and proceedings, and interfere with U.S. foreign relations. Critics have long said that the law appears to run afoul of key 2012 U.S. Supreme Court ruling that restricts states from enforcing immigration laws. The lawsuit could trigger the Supreme Court to revisit that opinion, known as Arizona versus United States. The Biden administration cited the case near the top of its filing, noting the High Court found that the U.S. government has broad, undoubted power over the subject of immigration and the status of non-citizens. It says Republican lawmakers have rejected charges that SB4 clashes with the federal immigration law, arguing it deliberately tracks the language of existing statutes while exempting people who've been granted asylum and other forms of legal status. But the Department of Justice says it would still allow Texas to bring criminal charges against immigrants that could stymie federal policies. So this is really tricky, like going on here, because they don't have a chance to be granted asylum when they've already decided that they've entered illegally. So then that supersedes that and doesn't allow that process to happen. Something else they said earlier up here.
Ooh, I know what that does. Okay, so if you cross the border and into private property, you can be sent back.
Right.
If you cross the border into federal or protected land, not state, then you still are qualified for all the privileges.
Yeah, but it won't matter because if they decide that you have been illegally, if they
well, no, if you're when they
you.
say illegally, when you're saying that, that means you have crossed into, like I said, it protects private property owners. So if you go through like the little park thing that they're talking about that has been on the news recently, you're okay. But if you go through Old McDonald's farm, then you can be arrested, and since you've already committed a crime, you're not qualified for immunity or asylum. If you cross over on private property, you have already committed a crime, therefore do not qualify for asylum. I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to understand the argument. I'm not supporting it or any. I'm not saying one way or another. I'm trying to word it and say it out loud. Because that's what like they're saying. The local police here in Houston, they're here already. It's not their responsibility to deport them. And at this point in time, the question is, can local police hold a non-citizen at all?
Yeah. So this is really tricky because it's a state law. So that's why the city of Houston would have implications on how they would
we don't have a border. So we can't determine how they entered. That's fine on us. But like I said, if they go through the many miles of federal land, Indian land, stuff like that on the border, then they can still claim asylum.
Yeah. So
if they cross the border onto a privately owned property, then they have committed the crime of trespassing. Since they are trespassing, they do not have the ability to claim asylum because they are already in violation of law. They have not crossed in a legal manner.
Yeah. So the problem with all of that is that If you didn't witness them doing it, then you don't know that. So, but this law allows you
Which
to,
is why Houston can't.
but any of them, anywhere in its state. So, but if
No,
you,
if you're crossing over Old McDonald's farm and all of this federal guard, all this stuff they've got down here, they catch you on Old McDonald's farm, then you either go to court or you're out.
yeah, but what I'm saying is it's a state law, and it's saying that if someone is suspected to be have entered illegally. So if you haven't seen them,
Well, no, the law doesn't necessarily say that because we have not read the law. The article says that it says that.
That's what it's been saying since beginning, because I already was looking at this. All they need is the suspected, because that's what caught my eye.
But again, what?
So that means if you
what
just look at someone,
what qualifies for that? Blah 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 blah. See,
you could just look at someone and you're suspecting that they crossed illegally, then that kicks in this process.
Too much assumption there. I need to see the law at this point. If you're going to argue from that position that anyone that just looks like they're not American is that, then yeah, no, I don't think the law says that. I think it's been interpreted that way, and that's the way they're getting you to read it to piss you off.
Let's read some more. It says, what does SB 4 mean for immigration in Texas? Did I read this? It says, Abbott has said the measure would stop the tidal wave of illegal entry into Texas. He has blamed the Biden administration for spiking migrant crossings and argued that Texas is being forced to step up on its own. State Representative David Spiller, the Jacksboro Republican who carried the measure through the Texas House, has called it a humane, logical, and efficient approach to the border crisis. There's nothing unfair about ordering someone back from where they came if they arrived here illegally, Spiller said. Democrats and immigrants advocates contend that it would lead to racial profiling and sow distrust between law enforcement and people of color. They also say that paired with a new anti-smuggling law that took effect Tuesday, it will punish people for driving undocumented family members on routine trips. State Senator Brian Birdwell, Granbury Republican who chairs the Senate Board of Security Committee, was one of the lone GOP members to speak out last year against the measure. It's an extraordinary rebuke, Birdwell argued. The SB 4 would usurp the federal government's power to enforce immigration laws. We're setting a terrible precedent for the future by invalidating our obedience and faithfulness to our Constitution, Birdwell said. President Biden's failure to obey his oath does not compel us to violate ours. Instead, it compels our federal representatives to constrain him and for the electorate to remove him in the coming year. There was a clip. Is this it? Hold on. There was a clip. Maybe if I refresh. Where did it go? There was a video clip. Where did it go?
Slide downwards.
I don't see it.
No, slide downward and stop. Continue reading. Click
I already did that. I refreshed the page. Okay,
and then
wait.
Go down, and there you go.
This is it, yeah.
To Mexico.
Measure comes as Governor.
The Senate unveiled a border bill that could send migrants back to Mexico.
Measure comes as Governor Abbott says he will continue his border security push that has put him at odds with the federal government. Shannon here to explain what's in the bill and also reaction. Shannon.
Well, Lauren, the bill just dropped last night, and it is a bipartisan effort, but it's expected to face some resistance from House Republicans. As senators will vote on this $118 billion package as early as Wednesday. It would allow the president to shut down the border and send migrants back to Mexico if average daily crossings exceed 5,000. It also includes money to hire hundreds of new
That's
border
false.
agents and provides funds for cities that are inundated now with asylum seekers. Before the bill was released, Governor Greg Abbott joined several other Republican governors in Eagle Pass. Abbott says the Texas National Guard will continue to expand security efforts.
We are banding together to fight to ensure that we will be able to maintain our constitutional guarantee that states will be able to defend against any type of imminent danger or invasion.
Every state in the country is depending on Joe Biden acting. And if he does not, then we will continue to do so, and we stand with Governor Abbott in what he is doing.
Conservatives believe the president needs to act now and should not wait on Congress. But the Senate's border bill is also facing criticism from the left. Progressives arguing the plan goes too far. Now, this bill will need the support from both sides. 60 votes are necessary to avoid a filibuster and to push the measure forward. In the control room, Shannon Murray for Good Day.
Yeah, man. My conclusion is this is a complicated mess.
Okay, something that they are reporting wrong, and this is something that I've been looking into this one because, like I said, I've got friends with farms literally on the border. It does not limit the number of people to 5,000. It is if the number of people, okay, it allows the average number of people come in every day. If that number goes beyond 5,000 in a week, then instead of stop and process, it becomes stop and export. So it's not a limitation to 5,000. It is a limit to going 5,000 above normal or average numbers. That's something they're not being clear about in this, which makes a huge difference between them only allowing 5,000 and then saying, you know, we've had 8,000 people on average every day for the last 2 weeks, and now we got 13,000, 14,000. Now we're done. We stop there. Anyone more? It limits the cap. It is not the cap, if you understand that statement.
Look, I found this clip right here. It says the removal bill would empower police to arrest people they suspect of unlawfully entering Texas from Mexico, creating a new class of illegal entry state crimes. Judges would decide whether to issue an order to return to Mexico in lieu of prosecution with consent from migrants. So the language is similar to what it was saying earlier. And this is what I was saying, this part of police to arrest people.
I want to know what defines as suspected of.
That's a problem.
Exactly. I'm agreeing with you that that's a problem. Because, hey, I ain't blind to the fact that the cops are bitches. I mean,
Yeah.
I grew up in small towns and dark communities. I don't like most cops.
So that
no offense to the ones I do, and like I say, I still support probably 70-75% of you guys.
That language is a problem. You know, that leaves too much margin for abuse.
You know, for all these lawyers being so overly detailed to making something like the help of the American people during the pandemic go from a 6-page document, which clearly defines what they're going to give the people, where the money's going to come from, and that's it, into a 3,000-page document that included taxes for airlines, for CO2 emissions, and qualifications on that, and extensions of the pandemic money to people that literally would never have to worry about it in the first place. I mean, come on. Why is that language so vague when you were so specific with all of that?
Yeah, I think it shows, some what's the
Eagerness
word?
to abuse.
Yeah, it's given an opportunity, like it's for a reason. So this is the one. I thought I was sharing this, but I wasn't. So this is what I was looking at right here. It says Texas legislation passes border bill that would empower state to begin deportations. It's a different article. It's still on Houston Chronicle, and it's by the same author, Jasper Scherer. It says updated November 15th, 2023. Wow. So this is kind of old as far as. Anyways, let's read this right quick. It says Republican state lawmakers signed off on a sweeping measure Tuesday night that will allow the state to remove people from the country who are suspected of crossing the border illegally, a major escalation of Texas border crackdown that will test the
Hey,
legal boundaries.
you're the one emphasizing that word. It was not emphasized in the article.
Yes, I'm definitely emphasizing it. That will test the legal boundaries of state immigration enforcement powers. The proposal now heads to the desk of Governor Greg Abbott, who has asked lawmakers to pass the measure as part of a special legislative session he called last week. The bill passed on an 83-61 party line vote following several hours of debate that saw Republicans turn down 24 Democratic attempts to amend the bill. So this is before the article that we read earlier, because it's already been signed now, and it's going to go into effect on March 5th or whatever. Some more. Abbott also pushing for a $1.54 billion spending bill that would pump more money into the state's historic effort to build a wall along its southern border. That proposal cleared the House on Tuesday night with a small tweak that forces it back to the Senate, which can either accept the House change or have lawmakers from both chambers hash out the difference in the conference committee. The removal bill would empower police to arrest people they suspect of unlawfully entering Texas from Mexico, creating a new class of illegal entry state crimes. Judges would decide whether to issue an order to return to Mexico in lieu of persecution with consent from migrants. Let me read the rest of it just because it says, but they will also be required to issue return orders for those convicted of illegal entry without any input from the offender. People would face stiff penalties for refusing the orders, effectively leaving them to choose between state-ordered deportation to Mexico or up to 20 years in prison. 20 years. And it's like, one thing that's weird about this to me is that, they don't want the people, they don't want them to come here illegally or whatever, but then they're going to hold them in the prison. That means they're still here in the United States. You know what I'm saying? They're in prison, but they're still here.
A little whataboutism. You do realize that violation of Mexico's border laws is a 4-year prison sentence. And Mexico's not enforcing the law against these people either. So now we're getting into a whole new world of, what the hell's going on here, really?
Yeah, this is a mess here.
That would be CIA, cartel, and money laundering again.
And I covered in the show last week about the prison labor deal. you know, how they loan out prisoners or whatever, and like people want to say, you know, they're making license plates or whatever, but it's way more complicated than that. And then because I covered a story where they had people working at Burger King, I want to say, and these were prisoners, and they were working at Burger King, and they were getting paid like pennies or whatever. The prison is making all kinds
Okay,
of money off of it.
I want receipts on that, please.
I covered it. I did a clip. You can watch the video. It's called Prison Labor. I made it last week or earlier this week.
Okay, cool. Because I've seen a lot of weird and crazy stuff and shit like that, but not gone to weirdness like that. But then again, they made it basically unconstitutional for them to work roads or anything like that, even if they volunteered to. I know they've been doing telemarketing and stuff like that since the late 80s.
$20 is pretty damn stiff.
Well, they came to America and they got free housing, food, and all that for 20 years. I mean, they got what they came for, right?
I guess so. But on the taxpayer's dime.
Again, a little dark ass humor involved in that. Well, I mean, according to the people that want them to come in and all that, it's going to be the taxpayer's dime anyway.
Yeah. Let me read some more of this. State Representative David Spiller, the Jacksboro Republican who is carrying the measure known as Senate Bill 4 in the House, called it a landmark bill that allows Texans to protect Texas. It's a humane, logical, and efficient approach to a problem created and fostered by the Biden administration's failure and refusal to secure our border, Spiller said. There's nothing unfair about ordering someone back from where they came if they arrived here illegally.
Okay, all of the side of this aside, we both like and hate things about this and stuff like that. But the ultimate thing we're looking at is if you ask why is this happening? It's happening because our administration ignored it or used it as a propaganda and weapon to get elected and then completely ignored it. No, did not ignore it. Went so far as turning it over to the VP, who then trivialized the issue. And then the media turned around and every incident at the border became this is how they're all being treated situation, which turned around into a public outrage, which got out of the hands of the Democratic Party, who thought they had control of the narrative and are now realizing, oh shit, we're losing in the polls because we're not answering this. So they throw a softball with a whole bunch of money towards their laundering partners. And here we are going, we've got 13 states now that are actually supporting Texas.
I think the number is like 25.
I actually haven't looked at it since Wednesday. But damn. So, okay, I don't care if you're talking red or blue. Now we have half of the states of America saying, why is our federal government, why is our number one man not addressing this?
Yeah, but just like what you're saying though, it's basically politics. You know, it's basically them using this issue for political gain in an election year. I mean, that's
Okay,
really what's
the
going
ultimate.
on.
Let me put it into perspective. Let's toss this number of, say, there's 33 million immigrants over the last 4 to 6 years. Can we agree that's probably pretty close to right? I mean, we're talking about, now you've been paying attention, you've been covering this. They were talking 2023 right before the pandemic hit, and so I'm going to say 12 because we've got record migrations. So, and I'm using 33 million for a reason, because there's 330 million people in the United States. Actually, more than that. I'm just doing this for math. So, we literally have an influx of 10% from the from the border, and over the last, say, 10 years, we'll call it. All of these people do not fall under the dreamer and have the chance toward things and stuff like that. This is all the ones we're talking about now, not the ones I'm excluding dreamers, because we all know people that were born and raised here should not be fucking sent back because they're illegal, because they don't know anything else. This is their country. I'm talking about the group of illegals. So we're looking at a 10% based on 330 million, right? Neither side is going to make a sweeping move for them until that they can guarantee they get that voter base for an entire generation.
I don't see how that could be a motivation. It takes freaking 10 years to get legal. If you
not with the laws that they're trying to pass. There's already states that allow illegals, or excuse me, non-documenteds to vote.
I haven't seen that. I have to see that. I haven't seen that. And one part of this story that I think is kind of gets left out is that the craziness of the world, the things going on, the wars, let's say record levels of inflation, and I'm not just talking about the United States, the turbulence of the world, things going on, climate change, whatever, leading to record levels of migration. Not all of this is political, as far as like because Biden said come on over here. Maybe it has to do with like the economies of these countries. You know what I mean? Like, what I'm trying to say is we're not looking at this as what are the root causes of these things, other than pointing fingers at one administration or one political party over the other. Like the turbulence of the world, the things that are going on in other parts of the world, we aren't the only country that's having record levels of immigration that's happening right now. We can go before the pandemic, but even since the pandemic, I mean, things have been crazy and people are moving around overall. You know what I'm saying? We do have record levels of people moving around, but it's not just based on Biden saying, come here and have a happy life. You know what I mean? This is what I'm trying to say. And we also have a situation where, I don't think that people, like, they keep calling it a crisis, and that's fine. We can call it that. But I don't feel like they are actually trying to look at root causes for the problem to actually look for real solutions. I think they're just using these this situation as political tools to get votes. And ultimately, that's all that you have really going on. You had migration happening when Trump was president. You had people coming across the border then, record numbers, and they want to act like Trump was so great on the border and immigration, and like things are going to be so different if he gets to make it back in there. Well, things weren't that much different when he was in there. I mean, he was talking about building a wall and all of this or whatever, but people were still coming over. We still had the problem. It wasn't solved. So how can we think that, Trump gets in there now, the problem is going to be solved? That's what I mean. It's just political pandering. So we got on this from this Mayor Whitmire's quote where he was saying that, Houston is not going to enforce these laws. And what I was saying was, I don't know if that's okay to not enforce laws. You want to enforce the law. You want everybody to follow the law. If the law is the law, then follow the law. But it gets sticky because of the language that's in the law.
Here's where we have an integrity issue. And I'm saying, Mr. Whitmire, you have integrity. Whether I agree with your decision or not, he's saying the state law is not a constitutional law. And as a man of honor and integrity, I cannot enforce it because it is not, I do not consider it a legal law. I am willing to wait until the Supreme Court decides on this issue, but until then, I cannot enforce this law. I respect that, whether I agree with him or not, and I kind of do. Like I said, as long as it's about suspected, then I'm not going to agree with the law. As long as there's not a hard line definition, I can't do it, because as long as it's up to somebody's perception and somebody's disposition or somebody's attitude or feeling that day, I can't agree with it.
And isn't Whitmire a Republican?
I honestly couldn't tell you. As much as I talk about local elections and stuff like that, I don't follow them.
It's crazy because I got one of his posters right across the street from me right now. It's still up from the election.
Ain't none of these guys proved to me yet that they can affect my life in a way positive or negative. The only one that's bothered me is that judge chick that needs to go. The one who was in power during the pandemic.
Hidalgo?
Yeah, she needs to go. I don't want her. She affected my life and bugged the shit out of me. None of these other guys have actually affected my life in any real way.
Let's play his clip one more time, because we've been rambling.
She was the one that stopped us from being able to go back for an extra 8 months.
I don't understand why there's so much hate for her. I don't really get that.
She was the one that stopped you and I from going back to work for 8 months after the fucking. I didn't even get the unemployment money. Everyone that did, she was the one that made us wait 6 months longer before things were opened up here in Houston. She was the one that originally got us turned into a sanctuary city and brought the mayor in on that at the time. She's the one that went and pushed all the mandates. She was the one she was the dictator during the time period. The one that told us instead of considered us as the people that elected her in. And I just think she was very horrible at her job and was very, very power hungry and very, very sold out to the mainstream to the point where she didn't listen to the people who voted her in. And she wasn't a very pleasant human being either.
I don't know. It's weird how Whitmire there's so much hate for her. I don't know why. I don't really know where all that came from. I want to play this because we rambled for a long time. I want to play his reply again right quick and read the comments so the audience can be on board with what we was talking about with here, because we kind of went around in a circle on this.
It's largely just, unfortunately, extreme politics. And I've spoken against it as a senator. It's wrong. We ought to leave immigration to the federal government.
But have you spoken in terms of, what's HPD going to do?
HPD is not enforcing immigration laws, period. It's unconstitutional. The border belongs to the U.S. government. And I think you'll see the courts rule that before the March implementation. It was wrong. It couldn't be carried out if the state wanted to. There's just no plans for it. There's no place to place individuals. There's no way to distinguish who's documented, who's undocumented. So it's largely just, unfortunately, extreme politics. And I've spoken against it as a senator. It's wrong. We ought to leave immigration to the federal government.
But have you spoken in terms of, what's HPD going to do?
HPD is not enforcing immigration laws, period.
HPD is not enforcing immigration laws, period. And the line he said where there's no way to distinguish between if they're documented or not documented. So they're going to have to do basically a racial profiling on these people. And that's what I'm saying. The language in the law, that's what it sounds like to me. That's what I hear. Let me read some comments. It says, typical Democrat ignoring the law. Let's see. It says, Houstonian here, and just no logical way to enforce this law. 50% of Houston, Texas is Hispanic Latino. I'm like, are they going to stop everyone? So happy at John Whitmire listens and speaks for the people of this city. And it's not just Democrats not following the law. We got Republicans, including the president, not following the laws. Yeah, well, he's saying it's unconstitutional. So that's the reason why. So hopefully they do get a good answer on this before the law goes into full effect in March. Another comment says, good answer, Mayor. It says, thank you for undoing the mess on Houston Avenue, but your stance against this bill is wrong. Protecting Americans and Houstonians should be your #1 priority, or at least your top 10. Well, he's saying that you can't even really do it, like what they're trying to say.
He is protecting Americans. He is protecting Houstonians. I mean,
exactly.
we can't become that country. And like you said, we are state, and we're not even state. They're local officers. I mean, this, like, you know me, I'm constitutional, man. This is a constitutional issue. And I think the government is overstepping their position in this. Or excuse me, the state of Texas is overstepping their bounds in this.
Yes, I think so.
They've got a great idea. And I agree with a lot of what they say about it, but they are overstepping their bounds.
I'm missing some comments. Pat said slave labor is the intention. That was a little bit earlier. It's probably what I was talking about too. And I agree with you, Pat. I think so. Because they talking about 20 years for these people. Another comment, he says, is ignorance of the law still enforceable? I don't know what you really mean there. Is ignorance of the law still enforceable? I don't know what you mean there. He says the Constitution already states how immigration should be handled, but being ignored. Yeah, I mean that's the argument that they're saying. You know, that's what they're saying. But the wording and the language in this law is too vague. They need to write it better if they really want to do something. So that's what makes all of this look really political. When, like Doc was saying, these people write 10 pages for some simple ass thing, but then they vaguely write this law. That seems like I'm trying to find the right word, but that's like
sketchy.
Yeah.
Sus.
Yeah. He says states have rights too. They do, but they can't go against the Constitution.
That is the issue here, though. When the government fails to do what is under the constitutionally their thing, then it becomes the state to handle it under their own. I mean, that's the argument here. I mean, you got to realize everyone's talking about making jokes about Texas and the Texit movement, but they don't understand. Part of Texas's agreement with the United States to become a state was that at any time we felt that the government of the United States no longer followed with our ideals and we could no longer be part, we were allowed to remove ourselves.
Well, if they don't want to follow
we're one of the only states that has that in our agreement with the country.
Well, if they don't want to follow the U.S. Constitution, then they should secede from the Union, and all of the benefits that come from being a part of the Union should no longer be there for them. Comment, it says focus on Houston.
That was very judgmental.
For another comment,
I mean, the whole idea is this is the question we're asking. You're stating that from it's already decided point of view, and while I lean that way and agree with that way, it's not been to court yet, and I want to see how this Supreme Court rules on this.
Yeah, we need to see how that plays out.
I'm on the fence with them right now. I have liked and not liked. I have hated their decisions, but had to agree with why they made them.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering how long this is going to last until they're finally like, oh, no, this is not the way you were supposed to go on this. You just fucked it all up.
Yeah, well, I didn't like some of this. We talked about Whitmire already a pretty good amount. And I didn't like the stuff related to law enforcement that he was focusing on that, because we were having the whole argument about the crime going down and then him focusing on crime or whatever. But his comments on this particular topic is, I think, all the way on point.
Okay, this actually follows with exactly the statement he was saying about focusing on crime. It wasn't just focusing on crime. It was about making people here in the city feel safe.
Feel safe. Okay, yes. I can get that. So, we have a huge Hispanic population.
We still need to focus on crime, just not necessarily the same crimes, or focus on areas where crime is moved to, or focus on areas with the highest crime rates. He wants to yes, it's going down, but yes, we want to reduce it more to make sure people feel safe. Like we're trying, like the city of Houston is trying to make people feel safe and comfortable in the city of Houston. That way, a whole bunch more Californians can move in and we can just burn it all to hell.
Well, his comments here kind of goes with the feel safe thing because we have such a huge Hispanic population here. That's going to make the Hispanic population feel safer hearing Whitmire say, I'm not going to enforce this.
Hey, like I say, I respect whether I have agreed with him or not, which I actually do in this case because it's a constitutional issue. I admire him for standing up and going, no. I mean, to me, that's like a soldier in the army going, this is not a legal order and I cannot follow it. You know, do what you will, put me in jail, Article 15, whatever, but I can't follow this order. And I respect that integrity, whether I agree with their position or not, which I do. Again, I do agree with his, but yeah, man, that's some integrity right there.
I agree. It says it's in this comment. It says it is unconstitutional for you to give sanctuary to a criminal. So, like, this sounds good on the surface, but it's like, what's you determining that they're a criminal? That part is sketchy because what way do you determine that they're a criminal, you know? And with a lot of this stuff, it's like when we talk about victimless crimes and stuff, like and then the other part we say give sanctuary, you know, if there's trying to get damn it, I'm tired, the freaking not sanctuary, when they're trying to get what is the word I'm looking for? Asylum. Thank you. When they're trying to get asylum, that is not the same as, I mean, that is like sanctuary, but that's legal under, what is it, international law or whatever, you know, to offer asylum to people who are fleeing from conflict or whatever the hell the language is. I ain't gonna be able to go much longer. My brain is starting to get fried. A couple more comments.
Geneva Convention.
Geneva Convention. It says, buena decisión de nuestro alcalde. It's another comment. Another comment that says, if it's up to the federal government, then why are you creating many magnets like being a sanctuary city? Are you above federal laws? I never heard that Houston was a sanctuary city. So
yes, we are a sanctuary city. Check Pat's comment.
I didn't know that. Another comment that says, I love being a Texan, but Houston has been
Pat.
Oh, he got comments? Oh, my bad. He said, I hope the Californians that come to Texas are the ones that are seeking older California ways.
Well, half of them went back when we hit summer and they melted.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. I went to LA and like I'm very envious of their weather. That shit is nice. Why would they want to leave that to come here to this? I don't know.
It is a beautiful state. I've lived in California twice throughout in different times of my life, and for a little period drove stuff there and was there for like a weekend every 3 weeks. Love the state. It is beautiful. North to south, east to west, desert, mountains, snow, hugest trees you've ever seen, beautiful land. Unfortunately, if you're not there to party and have a good time and stuff like that, it's a hell of a place to live anymore. I mean, back in the late 80s, we were driving vehicles and towing them across the country from the auctions in Miami and places like that to Anaheim, California. And I was part of this crew, and half of them smoked. I would buy cartons of cigarettes in Louisiana for like $10. And when we got to California, where we got paid, I would start selling them to the guys at $5 a pack, because it was, and in the late 80s, early 90s, $5 a pack was already cheaper than they were selling them there. I mean, they're just expensive on everything. The reason gas costs, whenever you see someone point at a pump and they live in California, and I think maybe Washington too, like Seattle, Washington, not the other one, they use a special gas mix to reduce CO2 and emissions. So that's why when we're looking at 350, 370, or we're looking at 350 a gallon, that's why they've got like $4.50, $5. There's a lot of taxes too, but that's a buck and a half a gallon more they're paying because of the special blend.
Let's cover this right here. More perfect union. It says, hard to imagine being this wrong. It says, Washington Post opinion. It says, be thankful for high drug prices. If Americans weren't overcharged, we wouldn't have innovative treatments. Wow. So be thankful for high drug prices. If Americans weren't overcharged, we wouldn't have innovative treatments. Like, wow, this kind of blows my mind right here. We're overcharged, but because we're overcharged, we get innovative treatments. So they are saying that we're getting overcharged. Like they are, damn it, I can't find the words. Let me read the comment. It says, hey, just so you know, most pharmaceutical drug research is built in publicly funded medical research. There is no such thing as 100% novel research because science is built on a foundation of other science. You've already subsidized the research, and you're paying for the privilege of using the drugs your tax dollars helped create. Scam, double scam. What does this graphic show right here? Okay, it's showing the countries that have universal health care and the ones that and we don't. So on the left, it has no universal health care, United States. And then it has universal health care on the right, and it's showing all of these countries: Norway, Switzerland, Austria, Ireland, Germany, Iceland.
Oh, see a whole bunch of them NATO countries up in there.
Comment, it says, the Onion is jealous of this headline. Another comment, it says, yes, the $88 antibiotic that was invented in 1970 is the innovation we've all been waiting for. Wow. Another comment, it says, same energy as actually slavery was good. Another comment, it says, that's why they taught us business school. But what I've done to realize is that almost no drug treatments are invented by American corporations. The majority actually originate in Japan, the Nordic countries, the Swiss, the French, and Eastern European countries. Those that do come from the US are financed with taxpayer dollar via universities. So we would still get the drugs. We might just have to import them at a fraction of the price we pay now. Another comment that says, speaking of drugs, which ones were the writer one. Writer on. Okay. Saying the writer was on drugs. Yeah. It was probably AI. Another comment that says, be happy of crime because without it, you wouldn't have space to buy new things, which will be stolen. Another comment that says, sorry, Wall Street Journal. We aren't that stupid. The research is publicly funded while the profits are private. Another comment, this is so tone deaf, harmful, and infuriating. You know, to the point where you have to laugh at it. Wall Street Journal is really trying to piss everyone off here lately. Good night. Another one, yeah, be thankful, resting in the knowledge that as you die slowly from a curable disease, some wealthy person somewhere out there is getting treatment because they worked hard for their dad's billions. Can't anyone see the positives anymore? Another one, it says, drugs are created through public research. I'm betting the author left that out. Another one, so sure you can't afford it, but if you could afford it, it wouldn't exist. So be grateful. And
we have to have what Walter Lippmann, back in 1920 or so, called manufacture of consent. We have to ensure that actual decision-making, actual power is in the hands of what he called a specialized class, us smart guys, who are going to make the right decisions. And we've got to keep the general population marginalized because they're always going to make mistakes.
Marginalizing meaning?
Reduce them to apathy and obedience. Allow them to participate in the political system, but as consumers, not as true participants. That is, allow them a method for ratifying decisions that are made by others, but eliminate the methods by which they might first inform themselves, second organize, and third act in such a way as to really control decision making. That is, the idea is our leaders control us, not we control them. So therefore we have to have
our leaders control us. Manufacture consent. And what did he say? Participate as consumers. Is that how he said it? The smart guys have to be the ones that's making the decisions. Like the people are going to make mistakes. You're not true participants. And it's like, I like to think of it as like a pacifier. The vote that they give you is the pacifier for you to suck on and to, feel like you're doing something, but you're not really. Like your impact is marginal. It makes you feel like you have a voice, but you don't really. That the powers that be making all the decisions, and then you just feel like you're participating. Like you get a participation award. Like they give you that sticker, I voted today, and people put it on their clothes and they walk around with it and feel all, high powered and like better than everybody else. It's like, did you vote? Like I voted, so you need to do your public service and whatever. Like I always throw that little sticker away whenever I do vote. I'm like, gold star for Marcus. Dinner was yummy. Yeah.
is our leaders control us, not we control them. So therefore
our leaders control us. We don't control them. And it's like this is it right here. This is our political system. Like it's like they're supposed to be our representatives. We're their constituents, but then they're beholden to the corporations. They're beholden to the money that goes into their pockets. The lobbyists. Why would they even want to do what we want them to do? That doesn't benefit them in any way. Meanwhile, whenever it's time for us to vote for them, they come around and say stuff that we want them to hear, and they promise us stuff, and And then when it comes time for them to do it, they always make some excuses why they can't. But meanwhile, the corporations all get what they want. So it says The Truth About Politics by Noam Chomsky. It says, what's bro yapping about projecting his own desire? Another comment, it says, can someone tell me who they are? I want to watch the whole interview. That's Noam Chomsky when he was much younger. So this gotta be like 20 years old. I don't know what interview this is, but this is really old because Noam Chomsky is much older than he looked like a young man in this video. He's an old dude now. It says, in the words of Mark Twain, if voting did anything, they wouldn't let us do it. Boom. Another comment says, exactly what the founding fathers tried to prevent. It says, Chomsky is Zionist controlled totally. I don't know how you can really say that, man. He's always talking about Israel and not good ways or whatever. Other comment says, the smart guys have lined their pockets with our money while killing us with vaccines. It says, Oppenheimer gave a great theological seminary at Princeton University in 1958, where he discussed the total collapse of collective knowledge and understanding. This follows his point precisely. Let's see if we can do a couple more before we get up out of here. Missouri rejects sexual assault exceptions. Senator says forced birth can be the greatest healing agent. Wow, are they trolling? Missouri was the first state in the nation to ban abortion and seemingly remains determined to be as cruel as possible. It says, this is the Republican Party. This is what is at stake on a national level. Men now can use women as their personable herb gardens, and victim bodies continue to be used against their will as they're forced to risk their lives giving birth. I will call over broken glass to vote for Joe Biden in November. As presidency lasts 4 years, if Trump elected, his handpicked Christo-fascist extremist judges will have a lifetime of power. We cannot afford their anti-women, anti-LGBT, anti-common sense extremism in our court system. One of the things that Trump was really, really successful at was how many judges he got put on the bench when he was in there. They was confirming judges left and right, like, oh yeah, I'm glad I got to this one before I got out of here. It says, what American people think the political spectrum is: far right Trump, right Bush, center Bloomberg, left Warren, far left Sanders. What it actually is: far right Trump, Bush, Bloomberg, right Warren, center Sanders, left, far left, anybody here gets killed by the CIA. We don't have a left in this country. We don't really. We really don't. And that's what this is trying to show right here. So comments, it says, finally an accurate description of the political spectrum. Thank you. I'm so tired of hearing how far left I am when I want people to have health care like the rest of the world. Another comment, it says, truth, Sanders offers a default middle ground. The USA doesn't even seem able to recognize the disease, let alone any cure, and worse, it is inflicting the rest of the planet, infecting the rest of the planet. We are in the age of regression. We totally are. Totally going backwards. It says, I've been saying for years Bernie has been the common sense centrist the whole time, but Americans are so propagandized they simply cannot collectively deduce this. Another one, bingo. So when I say Trump and Biden are two sides of the same coin, I see you know what I mean. Another one, so true. In Europe, I'm considered a moderate or center. Here I am a left-wing socialist. I supported Bernie, by the way, but had to vote for Joe. I will again. Another one, it says, so many Americans have been programmed to believe that anything slightly left of performative social conservatism, since we all know they aren't fiscally conservative, is leftist, communist, socialist, etc., and is out to get them. They scream about how Joe Biden is a socialist. They say everything we need to know about their understanding. Man, Joe Biden cannot be considered he can't even be considered left. In no way, shape, or form. It says, truth, Sanders may seem radical, but he's barely left. Another one, or is called an anti-Semite for supporting Palestinian human rights. Another one, and Biden and Hillary are more right-wing than Trump and Bush. Biden and Hillary more right-wing than Trump and Bush. I think I will go with that. This is the truth for 500, Alex. Biden and Hillary are more right-wing than Trump and Bush. Ooh. You look at the policies that actually came out in the 90s. It said, I was going to say that far left group are those who would be considered normal in any other Western democracy. Another one, it says, this is so true up here in Cali. They keep calling Trudeau a communist. Like, no, my guy, not even close. Another one, it says, and millennials want Medicare. It kills thousands of people every year. Another one, it says, guess I'll be getting a knock at the door then, LOL. I'm gonna have to get out of here. I'm delirious, y'all. Let's do this one last one right here.
Free lunches at school through a new universal school meals program, but it's had some unexpected side effects. Lunches are actually becoming healthier and more kids are lining up for school lunches than before. My name is Elizabeth Shockman. I'm an education reporter for Minnesota Public Radio, and I'm here at Roseville High School. Students today are eating jerk chicken, curried rice, and black beans. It's a menu designed by Minnesota chef Sharon Richards-Noel. Since the school started offering free meals, the number of kids eating cafeteria lunch has gone up by 11%. Their breakfast numbers are up by 26%. According to the district nutrition director, Angie Ritchie, more kids eating means more money in the school food budget.
The Universal School Meals Program has been a game changer in terms of boosting participation, reducing stigma, and making school meals a natural part of the school day.
Some people, like Angela, think the steady funding stream for school meals will mean Minnesota cafeterias will be able to move away from processed heat and prep models to more fresh, healthy food prepared on site for kids. More kids in Minnesota are getting free lunches at school through a new universal school meals program, but it's had some unexpected side effects. Lunches are actually becoming healthier and more kids are lining up for school lunches than before. My name is Elizabeth Shockman. I'm an education reporter for Minnesota Public Radio, and I'm here at Roseville High School. Students today are eating jerk chicken, curried rice, and black beans.
Man, all my years of school, I've never had a school lunch that looked anywhere close to as good as that. Jerk chicken with beans and rice. Oh my God, bro. Like, ugh. I would love to have that. Shoot, I'd like to eat that right now. Yeah, and that the model, I think, I think one of the big changes that happened was when Michelle Obama she was trying to do what she was trying to do, but the result was bad. And this prep heating model, what did she say? Because all of the food comes in they're hot held, like it's not fresh at all. It's processed and it's nasty, and the kids don't want to eat it. But what they're talking about here, it says, ever since Minnesota implemented universal free school meals, more kids are getting fed. Kids eating school lunch is up 11% and breakfast is up 26%. Plus, with better funding, the meals are healthier. So, man, um, universal free school meals. And people get so angry when you talk about free school meals, you know, free meals for the kids at school. Like, I don't understand why anybody would be angry about the kids getting to eat for free at school. Like, it's like, oh my God, we're turning into a communist country because the kids get to eat lunch for free. Like, what problem do y'all have with the kids having fucking food? Like, oh my God. And look at this food. It looks healthy as hell. Man, if I was at that school, I would be so happy to be able to eat some jerk chicken and beans and rice for free. They got salads and fresh salads and stuff. Man, and the lunches have been so terrible. I used to go eat breakfast with my daughter all the time. And sometimes I would come and eat lunch with her and I would be trying to motivate her to eat it. And then sometimes I literally couldn't eat it. Like I couldn't swallow it. I couldn't get it down my throat. It was so bad, you know. And sometimes you have to pay for this stuff. And it's like, I really don't understand why people get so angry when you talk about kids getting free lunch. And like, this is in Minnesota. I can't see this ever happening in Texas. Like, people would push against it so hardcore here. It's like, what problem do y'all have with that? Like, oh, the parents are gonna spend the money on drugs and cigarettes or whatever instead of buying their kids some lunch or whatever. Like all of these parents that's living check to check, you know, they're just neglecting their kids, you know. If they don't have the money for the kids' lunch or whatever, they're getting them a hot pocket or something, giving them a couple of dollars every day for lunch for them to grab some chips and a soda out of the vending machine or something. Like, crazy. It says, ever since Minnesota implemented universal free school meals, more kids are getting fed. Kids eating school lunch up 11%, and breakfast is up 26%. Plus, with better funding, the meals are healthier. Comments, it says, bet if they did a longitudinal study to see if there was correlation between this free food and increased test scores, overall student success, you'd find a direct link. I'm absolutely 100% sure that there would be, because especially breakfast, the kids get up and they get some breakfast in them, and then they have more energy. They can focus. They can pay attention. They're going to do better in school. So these people who pushing against the free lunch, they want these kids to be starving and not paying attention and not being able to do anything. Some of these families, these school lunch that they get, that might be the only meal they get. If they get breakfast and then they get lunch at school, that might be the only meals that they get that day. Parents are working 2 and 3 jobs. They don't have time to come home and prepare a meal for their kids. Like, this is a good thing all the way around. And like, what better way do you have to spend your tax dollars than on some kids getting some freaking food for lunch? It says, oh, hey, look, an actual pro-life policy. Another one, it says, Republicans, ban abortion, ban the gay books, every life is precious, save the children. Also, Republicans, why should I pay to feed your brats? The parents need to do their jobs. Another comment, it says, yes, I want to see this in every state. This is what I want my tax dollars to fund. Another one says, how sad that feeding children needs to be such an issue. Another one, it says, meanwhile, my red state legislature just voted against free lunch because kids don't finish all the food. That's what they were saying. I covered that in the show too. They was like, oh, it's a massive waste. So like, okay, I mean, like all the waste we have everywhere else, like you know, you don't want the kids to have lunch because they're gonna waste it. Like that sounds like a cop out excuse. The restaurant I work at throws away so much food. I used to work at Home Depot. They threw away electronics, perfectly fine electronics, and would just throw them in the trash because they didn't have space for it on the shelf. And you would get fired if you was to take any of that stuff. Talking about waste. Our system is so overly wasteful, it's all the way ridiculous. So, and that's a reason to not let the kids have food. It says, and it helps the kids pay attention. They don't feel less than their peers. Their parents are less stressed, etc. Why don't pro-lifers promote free and healthy school lunches? It's extremely beneficial for more than just kids. It is at odds with corporations, though, so seek to extract taxpayers' monies to enrich themselves while providing no benefit to who they're contracted with. You know, and the whole thing about the school lunch program does make kids feel some kind of way because it's like, oh, you're a free lunch kid. Oh, you got the free lunch because it's always different. It's a different lunch. It's easily identifiable from across the room. Oh, you got the paper tray. You're a poor kid or whatever. So, but if it's free for everybody, then it doesn't put anybody in that boat of feeling lesser than or whatever. The kids can't make fun of you because we all get the same lunch. If you want to bring your own lunch or pay for lunch, you can still do that. It doesn't exclude you from that option. Well, on the day you forgot your money or you didn't get to pack a lunch or whatever, then you get to have lunch at school without a problem. It says, I knew it was a black woman behind that meal and can probably explain the correlation between her menu and kids eating more. LOL. Another one, it says, why is it a radical idea to feed children in a country that has endless funding when it comes to dropping 2,000-pound bombs on children? It says, next, universal health care lead to more healthy population overall. Another one, it says, I moved up here to Minnesota last year from Iowa and bought our first house, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that legislation resulted in programs like this and protections against eminent domain abuse by carbon pipeline companies make me thankful every day to call Minnesota home now. The legislative session in 2023 is both IA and MN, where they made us take the leap, and I'm so much happier that my tax dollars are put to use in feeding kids, better public infrastructure and transportation, protecting waterways, and the list goes on. The differences are night and day, and I'm so glad I moved here. Another one, it's actually insane to think people don't want this. It says, OMG, that's my cousin. Way to go, Angie. Another one, it says, every state needs to do this. Just feed the kids, all of them. It says, North Dakota in 1 week voted against school lunches, but voted in favor of raising their own lunch budgets. Yeah, why is it a radical idea to have freaking lunch for kids? I don't know. Anyways, y'all, I got to get out of here. I'm delirious. Peace. 6 hours. I just did 6 hours. Peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. I got to go.